right, hello everybody. Back to day 2 of the PSU R6 1v1 tournament. We had a great day yesterday with a lot of players. We started with 14 players, and now we are down to the top 4. We got semifinals and finals today. How are you feeling, Nate?
I'm feeling great. A lot of great games we've seen yesterday. Everything very competitive. Every player showing off their mechanical prowess, their game knowledge. Everything. Everything really fun to watch. So hopefully that stays the same today.
Okay, let's just take a look at our bracket. And taking a look at our bracket, we have looking back at what matches have happened yesterday. We have Destroyer, who was the 1 seed, taking down I'm Worse to get into the semifinals. Meanwhile, Frack took on the 13th seed and Easy Pass to get there, and Whale Cookie, 2nd seed, taking on Trev. That was a closer match, 2-1, as Whale Cookie advanced to the semifinals, and War was able to take down Pan the Gamer and Fuji to make his way to the semifinals. And so now we have Whale Cookie and War, who are going to be 2 seed versus 3 seed, and Destroyer versus Frack, 1 seed versus 4 seed. So far, everything kind of as expected on most of these matches. A couple of upsets here, Trev taking down Risley. But other than that, there were some closer matches once we got into round 2, especially, 4 seed versus 5 seed, Frack versus Easy Pass. That was a close one, 2-1. And Whale Cookie just beating Trev 2-1 as well. But at the end of the day, we do have our top 4 seeds, so we are expecting, a lot of gun skill between these 4 players, and we're really expecting a great semifinals and finals.
Mm-hmm. Let's get straight into it. I'm super excited to watch it. Going to see some great siege today.
All right, give us 1 second. Just need to make sure that all the players are ready. And we are starting today off with that lower game of War versus Whale.
This is an overlay. Like, I don't know what that is. Or something. Like, this shouldn't be here. Yeah, just delete it. That's
All right, sorry about that. Just small technical issues. All right, so we're into our first match. The map picks for this one are going to be Fortress, Lair, Chalet, Border, and Club. Again, today, these semifinals and finals matches are going to be BO5, so they're looking to get 3 maps today instead of 2 maps like they were yesterday. And, we have a little bit more flexibility on what maps are able to be seen. That's why we see kind of maps like this with Fortress and Club coming on. Can you just double click on that?
I don't think it's connected. I think you had to connect it beforehand. I just have to click 6 and 5.
6, 5.
And then C to go first person.
Okay. Sorry, just getting warmed up into the cast. Just like these players are getting warmed up into the game. So we have Whale Cookie starting on the attack. He's banned out the Aruni. We saw War use that DMR quite a bit. So, making sure that he is not able to use that DMR. And here we see War bringing the Fenrir, that MP7, a great gun. You have that high fire rate, not a lot of recoil. And especially, I know a lot of people do use the iron sights on it. I'm not sure if War has, looks like War has a hollow on it. Whale Cookie, meanwhile, just using his gridlock gadgets. Not quite ready for the reinforcement, as he does not have any way to counter that. Whale Cookie, just trying to get any intel he can. Cookie making his way on the site, dropping the hatch from above. And looks like he is going to try and go for a plant here in Hammam. Meanwhile, War off site. He's going to get that notification that Whale Cookie's found the bomb, so he's going to know that Whale Cookie is probably close. Looks like they're taking the gunfight. War pre-firing a little bit, getting naded out. Looks for another gunfight. Whale Cookie deploying his gridlocks, deploying a drone, getting a drone, and he gets killed by War. Whale Cookie gets on drone while War is in front of him, and War makes him pay for that.
Wow, a little blunder there coming from Whale Cookie. I would expect him not to have automatic drones there, especially a player of his caliber, but I guess he really didn't think Joe was going to swing there.
As we see the Aruni Grim ban again. Not exactly sure what's... well, I think we're just going to do one ban per. That's weird. Oh, sorry. We're doing first to 4, so we're just doing one ban for the first round, and then after that, they'll have cumulative bans. War picking up the Deimos this time on attack. An operator he's become pretty popular for in the PSU scene, and just generally the collegiate scene, as he is, really taken that secondary weapon, that pistol, and put it to great use.
A lot of great moments, especially remember at LAN, just popping heads off. You can always expect Joe to be good for at least one every round.
Yeah, Joe really showing his prowess on that Deimos at the Nittany Invitational. Let's see. Whale Cookie setting up these Deimos around site. Just really looking for information. So, you'll see these Denari from Whale Cookie are really far away. They're not going to be very useful in terms of doing damage, but they'll be very useful in terms of giving that information so he can know which part of site War is in. And let's see what War is up to. Just making his way in. He did get the spot onto the Denari, so that means that he will have the ability now to track Denari. I have been surprised by the lack of, Vigil we've seen, or Mute. Really, the only person I've really seen play Mute was Fuji when he played against War last time. But Mute, Vigil, these are great. These are great operators to deny both, this Deimos that War brings a lot, and what a lot of our competitors have been bringing so far, which is that Solid Snake, who's the new operator but very popular, and especially for something like a 1v1 tournament, the ability to just see where your opponent is, that's the ultimate ability. So I'm surprised we don't see more info denial, considering that those operators have been very very popular.
I think a lot of their strategy is just they want to play to their comfort picks, and I don't blame them. Especially in something like this, you don't want to start switching up your formula too fast, but if you're comfortable with the Mute, then that's great for you. But a lot of people, they resort to these DMRs nowadays, fast fire rate, as the fight's being taken here.
Ooh, and Whale Cookie able to get the kill, just using the shield as his cover.
I think these are the only two people in the world who use Hollow. What is this, Hollow C?
I think it's Hollow C, yeah.
Yeah.
The wide Hollow. Yeah, I mean, so far this has been interesting. We see this Hammam room be the bomb site for both War and Whale Cookie, and I think the bigger thing is we just see kind of it coming down to heads-up gunfights. Now we see the Fenrir and Gridlock be banned. So it's going to be interesting. War now, he doesn't have his comfort pick of the Aruni. He doesn't even have the Fenrir that he played last time. Let's see what he goes on to. And, Whale Cookie can't play the Gridlock anymore. War did win that round, but they did ban what each other played last round. So
exactly what they both played.
Yeah, it looks like it's more directly, it's not about banning out, anything for tactical reasons. It's more just about get your opponent off of his rhythm, get him to not play whatever operator he wants, and then make him play a secondary op, tertiary op, so that he's a little bit more thrown off, and hopefully you can have a little bit of an advantage.
I think one of the best things you can do in a 1v1 is make your opponent uncomfortable. The moment they get thrown off their game, you only have to win 4 rounds, so there's only so much time for your opponent to get back on track. So every round you can take while your opponent just has to play another operator they don't want is crucial.
Yeah, and we are on to the BO5s, so you have a little bit more time. If one map goes wrong, you have a little bit more time to recover, but you don't have the most time in the world, and these maps are quick maps. Standard Siege, you have a long time. Each round really takes that whole 3-minute timer, and you have a lot of time to kind of decide what you want to do. Whereas in 1v1 tournaments, and especially just first to 4, that's kind of quick, bam, 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 and you're done. So you're gonna want to bring out more of these tricks, because a lot of these, even if it only works one time, that's 25% of the rounds you need, right? And Whale Cookie bringing out this Maverick, hoping he can probably make a couple more holes and then peek War from a place that he doesn't know. War trying to figure out where Whale Cookie is, so I don't think he's aware of those Maverick holes. Yep, doesn't really look like it. Meanwhile, Whale Cookie just being disciplined, hoping that somehow War might cross into his line of fire. Ooh, and he gets in. I don't think War is going to know this. I think he hears it now, possibly. Oh, no? I don't think he hears it.
No idea. I hope he doesn't walk into his crosshairs.
And he walks right into that. I think he might have had an inkling, but he didn't know for sure, and so he did not commit as much as he should have. You could see that he was crouch walking, he was kind of peeking around the corner, but he didn't know for sure, and that, that allowed Whale Cookie to be very aggressive and get that kill.
Yeah, a very surprising move from Whale Cookie. I know his playstyle is more of a cut player and move in off of other information, but the fact that he just said, screw it, I'm in there, with how loud that Maverick torch is, I guess he had to know he was on cameras or something, because that was a very risky play.
And yeah, I think I figured out the bans. The bans it's switching every time because the defensive player is switching. So when one player is on defense, then we have one set of bans. When the other player is on defense, we have a different set of bans. Because of the way the new bans work. But interestingly enough, we see Whale Cookie ban out the Solid Snake, which is, a really good operator. It's not one that War runs a lot, but it is a very good operator in this, 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, I would have expected to see a Damos ban, but I think Robbie likes playing this little bit of mental warfare with his opponents. He doesn't want to ban their comfort ops because he thinks that he's got it under control.
Yeah, and I mean he won the last round against Damos, so he's not too worried about that. Damos, he's kind of projecting, hey, you can bring that Damos again. I'll win again. But meanwhile, War not bringing the Damos. He's bringing the Dokkaebi. Robbie trying to shoot the drone, not quite able to. Still a little bit worried about that drone coming into play. Meanwhile, War just getting into the building. Now again, on that Dokkaebi, he's going to have that call, but he's going to have to wait for that first call to build up. That's one of the downsides to bringing someone like Dokkaebi, where your gadget kind of builds up and you don't have it all at the beginning. That means that you can't really do any fast play. You need to slow play it like War is doing right now. He doesn't have the calls quite yet, so he has to kind of just slowly clear stuff out. And then once he gets those calls, then he can use it to, maybe initiate something quickly. Alright, meanwhile, Whale Cookie set up with the Azami. Someone he is known, like we said, War is known for being on the Damos. Whale Cookie is known for being on the Azami. He's known for these kind of, like, pixel peaks. See what he comes up with.
Oh! Whale Cookie trying to take the fight to War there and just getting punished right away. Absolute mechanical prowess and reaction speed from Warrior. Excellent gameplay there.
Yeah, I mean, he knew where Whale Cookie was. He called him just to get Whale Cookie a little distracted, and then he took the fight. And a little bit of nice shots coming out in chat and a heart. So, all of these guys know each other. Both of these guys know each other. They play on PSU Blue together, so they are teammates. They kind of know each other's tendencies. But at the end of the day, it's just a 1v1 tournament, so Trying to keep it lighthearted.
And the zero ban coming out, this is surprising because, I mean, I would think Warrior would play zero more than Whale Cookie, but Whale Cookie is known to bring out the zero once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised though that, you know, like we see here, Whale Cookie going back onto that Maverick. I'm surprised that the Maverick ban didn't come out, especially because Whale Cookie, you know, he has played Maverick quite a bit in the past. Maybe not as much in the recent past, but, you know, going back to when he first joined, you know, PSU R6, he was playing a lot of Maverick.
Yeah, he's known to love that M4. I think such a solid gun. A lot of people just forget about it because it's on Maverick and Striker, but really high fire rate, and that's the name of the game. When headshots are one hit kill, you want to put out as many bullets as you can.
Yep. Looks like Whale Cookie switching over to that Nomad. Nomad's an interesting pick because it can definitely help you from from getting flanked, but so far from what we've seen between these two, between Whale Cookie and War, is kind of heads up gunfights. We haven't seen a lot of like flanking and catching people off guard. The most that we saw of any of that was the one round where Whale Cookie deployed a drone and War was able to kill him while he was deploying the drone. But so far it's been pretty straightforward. But he does have this breaching charge, which, you know, soft breach is not something we've seen so far a lot in this specific 1v1. So he's going to be able to open up some angles here. Whale Cookie taking a bit of a fight, trying to see if he can get War with that air trap. Sees War, misses a couple shots. He's going to look, War meanwhile backing off. He's going to look to use this pixel on Azami. Oh, just passes in front of that as Whale Cookie.
Clean. There's been a lot of sight being taken by both these players, and neither of them have opted to plant yet. I wonder if it's a hidden oh, making me eat my words.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a lot of sight taken, but they've also been very aggressive in countering, you know, that attack. So let's see. Now on a clock is War. A little under 30 seconds left now. Gonna have to aggress. Oh, Cookie put himself in a good spot where he gets to be the defender now. Ooh. And War able to get the kill and should be able to defuse. Yep, with plenty of time. 10 seconds left. War is able to defuse. No problem. And, you know, so far, if we look at these rounds, you know, the defenders won both of the first rounds, then the attackers. And now it goes back to defense. Kind of a seesaw of like who's winning, but you know, both of these guys keeping it even. No one with more than, you know, just the one round lead so far.
Yeah. I was really excited to see this matchup. I knew it was going to be competitive, and I knew it was going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and now we got War on attack. He's getting the Nomad banned against him. Again, interesting that we don't see the Deimos. I wonder if War... Yep. As I say that, War does pick the Deimos. Azami ban, though, is what I would expect. Whale Cookie playing a lot of that Azami. And, you know, even that last round, when War was playing the Azami, Whale Cookie kind of knew what angles that War was going to use. You know, he looked like he knew that pixel angle. He wasn't too surprised by it. So it's going to be interesting. Whale Cookie trying to decide between the Denari and the Solus. He lands on the Solus. So let's see how he does now. Whale Cookie opting not to bring the shotgun, which means he will have two pretty good, you know, guns between the P90 and the SMG-11. But it also means that he doesn't have a lot of destruction. He has his impacts, but as far as, you know, sight destruction goes, I would assume that he's not going to do a lot of it. Looking for the drone, and again, War bringing this Deimos, that drone is going to be very important, because if he knows who Whale Cookie is, then he'll be able to track him, but if not, that means that he can't track Whale Cookie. And Whale Cookie, because he is a Solus, he doesn't have any util that he puts down. So for example, something that we saw yesterday was like a Malusi. If you put the Malusi gadget down, then you can ping the Malusi gadget and get the Malusi that way. You don't even have to actually ping the Malusi. Whereas for Whale Cookie on Solus, you actually have to ping Solus. So let's see if we has it. Oh no, he does have the Solus, so he was able to get that ping off. And again, an important part of War's plan is to, obviously get that ping onto whatever operator the defender is playing so he can track him later in the round. Whale Cookie looking to use his ability. Now again, it's interesting to bring the Deimos. You have to be very confident in your Deimos play because as much as you get the defender's position, the defenders also get your position. So you can see Whale Cookie, he knows where War is. It's not too confusing. And Whale Cookie able to get through the wall. Or, and again, like I said, it does give the ping back. So if you're not careful about it, you can die just as easily the other way.
Yeah, the tracking goes both ways, and can't stand still when you're playing that Deimos because you're prone to get pre-fired as well. They know exactly where you are.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit less frequent. Obviously, the Deimos has a little bit of an advantage because the tracking is constant. But especially for these high-level players, even if I track you, every half second, they still understand where you're going. It's not too big of a surprise which way you're moving. You can definitely juke them out a little bit, but it is still hard to do. As we see the Thorn come out from Whale Cookie, Thorn, a very powerful operator in the current meta, especially with her buffs, but we haven't quite seen that. We'll see. Whale Cookie, trying to see if maybe he can catch War off guard with one of these Thorn gadgets, especially now with how quickly they deploy. It's going to be interesting.
Looking to try and hide himself here instead of setting up, but obviously not going to work.
Yeah.
Thorn and Operator I thought I'd see a lot more of in these 1v1s, but I believe this is maybe the second or third round she's been played this whole from yesterday to today.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of her. I think part of it is that, Thorn is very powerful in the base siege game when you're doing 5v5 and you have a lot of other things to worry about. In a 1v1, Thorn not as powerful, especially because you can drone out in front of you. You can see where those Thorn gadgets are. So, trying to hide some of these Thorn gadgets will help you out. War on the war path. Just trying to go forward. Just trying to keep all the games when Whale Cookie was cycling through. But he has heard that destruction. Going to be deploying another one of his gadgets. War going up above. Let's see. Interesting placement for that Thorn gadget because it's not on the window. It's kind of close to him. Seeing the hatch get popped, he's going to deploy that Thorn, and that Thorn trap might be pretty good because if War does decide to drop, then he might just get killed on the drop because the Thorn gadget will go off no matter what, and he will be in that range. So Whale Cookie, I think just trying to bait him into dropping a little bit because that trap is going to go off. Let's see what War decides to do. Does have 2 flashes in pocket. Gonna need to run away if he does drop. Just holding his angle. Whale Cookie holding the other angle, knowing that the drop is covered by his Thorn gadget. Just trying to see what's going on. Both of these guys kind of at a standstill right now. I like Whale Cookie also just not too worried. He looks like he's not looking at anything. He's not quite dialed in yet. He's just listening for stuff. He's trying to see what the sounds are. Let's see, War droning a little bit. I think worried about a potential flank here from Whale Cookie, but Whale Cookie's just sitting in sight saying, hey, come and get me.
Using that, second man in the 1v1. The time coming down, 56 seconds left on the clock. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just sit here and wait, especially a trap operator. You don't want to deal with these in crunch time, so.
Yeah, and I mean, it's overtime match point. Whoever wins this round wins the game, so. See? Drop comes out, and that does some damage onto War. Probably not as much as Whale Cookie would have liked. Now we're going down to 30 seconds. War trying to take a fight, and he wins it! He's able to kill Whale Cookie, and War takes the first map of this best of 5.
Just a very calculated, a lot of calculated gameplay coming out from both these players. We should expect it, as they are both very high-level competitors. And yeah, honestly, just maybe a little, not the most fun to watch, but still very competitive to watch.
All right. As War picks up that first map, we're going to go on to our second map of Lair. Let's make sure our competitors are ready. Alright, looks like they are ready. Give us 1 second. And we should be into the game. Okay, let's start the game up now.
This is
Alright, as we get into map 2 of this, War took that first map, but not by a lot. You know, 4-3 definitely was a close map the first time. And again, we see that Aruni Grim ban come out just like last time. And, you know, we talked about how Aruni can definitely be a comfort pick because, you know, you got the DMR, but Grim as well can be a great pick just because those Grim Bees can really track you when you're a defender. So, you know, it's best, you know, you probably don't want to deal with it quite as much on the defense.
Definitely don't. The Commando 5.5.2, one of the most deadly guns in the right hands. Such a powerful weapon, especially for either of these people, either of these players.
Oh. Looks like my controller is getting away from me real quick. Alright, so we have War on the Valkyrie. That's going to be a lot of intel, but not intel that he's going to use that much. Because obviously in the 1v1, he is going to be looking, you know, he's going to be looking at his own screen. He's going to be looking to be off of cams because when you're on cams, you are the most vulnerable. So he's going to look to see if he can get a little bit of starting intel. Oh, might be for a pre-placed. Now, this is something that we've talked about, and we saw War do this on Clubhouse as well with the pre-placed C4, but that was when he was on Mozzie, so he didn't have nearly as much intel. Now he's doing it on Valkyrie, which he has a lot more intel, and he's able to, you know, without actually being there, without being near where the pre-placed is, he's able to tell that information. Alright, looks like Whale Cookie. This main wall that's usually reinforced when, you know, you play 5-on-5 is soft. Oh! As he opens it, he takes a bit of damage. Not quite as much as War would have liked, but that MPX doesn't do a lot of damage, so when you are shooting with that, you gotta hit the head, otherwise you're not gonna take out as much damage. Gonna see if he can get the frag, though. Done a bit of damage to Whale Cookie. Whale Cookie, meanwhile, just knows where he is. Trying to see if he can maybe that frag back. Puts down the gadget, but War is able to kill him from behind there. And so the Nomad charge doesn't really matter, as War is able to take yet another round. And, you know, last 2 rounds have been War wins. That's the first time I think we've had 2 in a row. So, War starting to stack some of these rounds on top of each other.
Yeah. Like you said, he's playing for Chipotle money right now. That's a couple extra steak in the whatever he gets. I don't know if he's a bowl of burrito kind of guy, but this is what he lives for. He's playing for his food.
Yep, and we see the same Grim Aruni band come out. These 2 operators, you know, very powerful in these 1v1s. And War going back onto that familiar, going back onto the Deimos. And Whale Cookie also going back onto his familiar, which is that Fenrir. So let's see how Whale Cookie decides to set up this time. He's not gonna make the same mistakes that War did, and he's gonna reinforce things off rip, making sure that if War wants to get through from the outside, he's gonna have to bring a hard breach. Meanwhile, War setting up his drone, trying to see what operator he is. Once he gets that ping, then War has the ability to track. it is funny having a Deimos on Blair, especially because, one of the rooms, R6 room, is just, a bunch of statues of Deimos's masks. So it is definitely funny to see both the room that you're defending have a bunch of masks of Deimos while you're playing against Deimos. Well, Cookie, trying to see if we can get any intel onto what operator War has brung. I think he will probably think that it is a Deimos or something that can track him, especially because War did ping Whale Cookie, and that's really something you'd only do if you needed to track your opponent. Trying to see, though, where his egress is, and he will get that intel. He sees that not only is he a Deimos, but he's down on Rocket Stairs, and now that he's being targeted, he knows exactly where Deimos is. So he's going to try and use the Fenrir's, try and get it across. Oh, not quite. That hatch goes to a hard wall. I don't think War knows that. So that hatch not really able to do anything, as Whale Cookie's on the other side of that hard wall. Again, left with, I think that's 2 more uses of the gadget. Yep. Gonna use one of them right now. Gonna try and see if he can maybe use some of this vert. Whale Cookie, very knowledgeable about this. He knows that, Deimos is down below, so he's just gonna try and pull him off. War seeing the Fenrir gadget. He knows where that Fenrir gadget is. He has one more nade. Let's see if he tries to nade out that Fenrir gadget instead of shooting it. Well, Cookie just trying to make sure he keeps his pressure onto War. Trying to make sure he doesn't release it quite yet. He wants to keep War on his toes. Ooh. And War, though, able to get that kill. And for the first time this match, we've had a 2-0 lead, or a lead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, insane gunplay there. Holding that pixel angle, still being able to see the head. That's an angle I don't think I've ever seen used before. So, great play there by War.
Yeah, and we definitely see War showing that he came to play, and Solus and Nomad ban is interesting. We did see that Nomad quite a few times over on Fortress. Not something I think we've seen a lot of yesterday, but it looks like today maybe they're using Nomad a little bit more. Maybe they're worried about each other flanking. Mm-hmm. And so Solus ban, Nomad ban. Let's see what these guys bring. We got a Lion and a Valkyrie, so I'm gonna assume that War with the Valk, probably going for another pre-placed. Not a bad plan, especially since he didn't use his pre-place last time. Means that Whale Cookie might not know that War is going for pre-placed, or fixing his setup a little bit, going directly for that main wall, making sure that if Whale Cookie is coming into the building, it's going to be through one of these doorways, which is much easier to fight than kind of the general breach. Let's see. War for the drone, shoots a drone. Whale Cookie on the Lion. Lion's an interesting op. I would have thought that I might have seen him a little bit more. I think this is the first time I've seen him. I don't know about you. But War putting another default C4. And putting a camp for that, I'm sure. So just getting ready to see if he can shoots his cam, because I don't think he was able to pick that up, and placing it a little bit more inside so that if Whale Cookie does decide to go that way from Skybridge, he's not going to be able to see that cam before he comes over there. Now, one downside to War's plan of putting the pre-placed C4 is that means that War no longer has a C4. So if for anything in the future he needs to use a C4, he's out of C4s. It's high risk, high reward, and ooh, War looking to see if he might be able to get it.
Oh my!
War gets another kill onto Whale Cookie. And if you're Whale Cookie, you're kind of hoping that this is just a warm-up issue. You just need to warm up into this. And even himself pointing out that he was whiffing. Whale Cookie, I mean, you saw Fortress. That was really close, but War showing on Layer that maybe this is his map pick for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Looking like he's about to run away with it 4-0. This is very uncharacteristic of Whale Cookie. I expect him to at least try to put up a fight, but every time I've said this yesterday, like Warriors last match against Fuji, did not go too well for him. So I'm hoping the same fate isn't shared by Whale Cookie. Let's see a little fight from him. Let's see if we can bring it back, because being down 2 maps, that hurts your mental. No matter what kind of player you are, you know that you have no room for error, and every mistake you make is one step away from that $150 prize.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can warm up the first map, and if you're Whale Cookie, after map 1 you lost 3-4. You feel a little bit bad about that, but it was 3-4. It was a close game. You're thinking, all right, let's go on to map 2. Maybe I can win this one 4-3. But War is just kind of outdone Whale Cookie on this map. So let's see, Whale Cookie start back on that defense, picking up the Thorn. So gonna be trying to use it, and again, trying to place it in places that would not be expected by War. Trying to place it where it would not be expected, so it's harder to shoot, and it's able to get people easier. Meanwhile, War is looking around. Don't know if he's spotted the Thorn yet, but again, if he's able to find one of these gadgets, he will be able to track the Thorn. Ooh, and he just went over one of the gadgets that was placed on those barrels, so I don't think he knows quite as much as he thought he would, but I think he should see this Thorn gadget. Yep. And he pings that Thorn gadget so that he has that information, and now he can track the Thorn. Now just setting up his cam in a good place that he might be able to check later on. Probably not going to use it as much. Obviously, going to be looking to track the Thorn just directly. But we'll see. Just that backup in case you need to look at it. Now, War known for his play with with this revolver, but War also very good with the AK. As we saw the second round where War was able to win that gunfight against the Fenrir with his AK. Let's see. Ooh, gets like 50 health off of Whale Cookie. But again, while he was tracking Whale Cookie was tracking him. You could kind of see Whale Cookie look up, try and see if he can get War. Whale Cookie with no Thorn gadgets at pocket means it's all deployed. Means he can't exactly move it based on where the Deimos is. But again, Deimos is going to try and see if he can get Vert onto Thorn. Now he drops. Let's see what Whale Cookie is cooking up here.
Yeah, him dropping there basically null and voids all of the Thorn traps pre-placed by Whale Cookie. Just a gunfight on gunfight here, and having live information on you, the Thorn is not looking like it's in your favor.
I mean, this is definitely an easier fight to take though than the vertical fight, because horizontal, you guys both know where each other are. And Whale Cookie trying to see if he might be able to get War. War walks past one Thorn trap, sets it off, but doesn't take any damage. Again, if you're running past it, it's not going to do a lot of damage. It's only when you're standing still. And War able to get the headshot with his revolver and take map 2. And War is looking to make this a quick one.
Yeah, he's, like I said, he's playing for his food money. No need to play around. If he wants to win 4-0, that's what he's going to do. He's going to do everything necessary, and bringing out this Deimos multiple times, securing rounds. I hope Whale Cookie learns from his mistakes. As much as he likes to think he's confident against this Deimos, it's not been showing up too great for him. 4-0 on Lair for War. Let's see, interesting map 3. Is it going to end here, you think, Opta?
It might, but we'll see. Yeah. All right. All right. Looks like Whale Cookie is ready. Just make sure War is ready. Although, do have to assume that War should be, kind of firing on all cylinders right now. I think he might have something to do real quick, because if I was War, I would kind of want to get this moving. You have the momentum on your side. You've won both of the first 2 maps, and you want to make sure that you can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, definitely. Momentum being a great factor in Siege. Stacking rounds on top of rounds, one of the best things you can do. And another important thing I always preach to my team, regardless of how well we're doing, you got to keep a level head, because it's easier for the team that's ahead to think, okay, I've got to lock in at 0-0. when you're down 2 maps and you try to tell yourself, okay, 0-0, let's keep it, keep it competitive. The moment you start dropping those rounds, your mind starts playing tricks on you. Can you really hang right here? You've got to win all these rounds back to back to back.
Yeah, and it's easy to look at the the top scoreline and see War 2, Whale Cookie 0, but what that doesn't say is that map 1 was very close. It might be War just is a really good layer player, and he was able to take that layer map 4-0, because Fortress was a 4-3. That went into max overtime. And let's see what happens here. The Deimos and Aruni ban. So, again, we kind of see Whale Cookie adjusting to what's going on here. Bans out the Deimos. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see that earlier. This is the first time we've seen Whale Cookie ban out the Deimos so that War can't use it. A little surprised by that, but, better late than never. He's still in this, so he's able to at least adjust to what War has been doing these past 2 maps.
Azami coming out here on Chalet. I think Azami is probably the best operator used on Chalet. There's so many angles and so many little pixels you can just hold on. You can completely lock down mezzanine like you've seen some players do, but maybe not in this 1v1. I think that position's not as important as they can just take from Solar side for free, but still. All the ability to give yourself cover, make angles uncomfortable for Warrior to push into sight. It's really interesting to see what he chooses to do with his keep abilities.
Yep, we're bringing out that Dokkaebi that we've seen him use in the past. Obviously, with the Deimos ban, that means that he's going to have to switch off of the operator. Whale Cookie just with a drone. Trying to make sure he can shoot if needed. War's drone in closet, though, so I don't think Whale Cookie is going to find it anytime soon. They can jump rotate. That's interesting. If he makes a rotate, I was about to say if he makes a rotate into closet, he's gonna drone spot. And War on an interesting angle. He's on big window, and if Azami doesn't realize this, he's gonna die. Oh, he's just hidden though from the big window, and Whale Cookie, kind of wise to that angle. He hides just far in enough that. Although War thought that he might be able to look at that zombie from the angle, he is not able to. Now setting up his Kiba barriers for a solar take. Although War looks to be rotating. All the while, Whale Cookie's probably going to be able to hear this. Yep. He's going to be aware that War is rotating. Now he has 2 Kiba barriers in pocket. He's just waiting to see where War is going to decide to come from. And he'll set up his barriers. And again, that's the nice part about Azami is that you can set up pretty late into the round, and especially in a 1v1, you can kind of wait, see where the attacker is coming from, and then set up accordingly. Whereas with reinforcements and everything, it takes a long time to set up, which is why you have the prep phase. War, again, he knows where Azami is. Generally, he's just trying to see if he can maybe get Azami to move from her current position, especially because very good position for the defender. So trying to see if he can displace Azami at all. Again, this is one of those kind of smaller angles like we were talking about, that if you're not aware that both of those Azami barriers are there, you can very easily lose the gunfight. Setting up closer is Whale Cookie. War just droning it out. Trying to make sure he knows exactly where Whale Cookie is. Let's see if he can find that information out. War also trying to keep his drone alive. Trying to make sure that, even later in the round he can use that drone. But later in the round, I don't know how much of that is left as we hit 35 seconds. Not much more of that round is left, and something we see here on Chalet is kind of time starting to be a bit of a factor. We didn't really see that on Lair at all. This War trying to take down the Kiba barrier. Sees the angle, but is he going to expect Azami to be going close up on Office? Ooh, Azami's going to get flashed. And flash, War is able to get Whale Cookie. As, a very good flash there from War, and he's just able to kill the flashed opponent. Again.
Textbook push right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1v1. You're trying to kill your opponent. no matter what way possible. A lot of these are just straight gunfights, but hey, every once in a while, if you can get a kill off of utility like that flash, yeah, I mean, you'll take it.
No, of course, definitely. Another round going Warriors' way. Man, I really hope that Wilco can get a round or two here because it's not looking too pretty. But honestly, that round was played very methodically, very slowly. I think that round could have gone either way. So Chalet proving to be a little bit better map pick for White Cookie, as he wasn't just run down a couple times like he was in Lair. So let's see if he can start to pull it back here.
Yeah, well, Cookie definitely closer to the Fortress version of himself, where he was making it very close, and we'll see what he's able to do on attack here. Bringing back out that gridlock that we saw in Fortress, or bringing a tuber out, something we haven't seen so far. That's going to be interesting because obviously without hard breach, you're not going to really be able to deny hard breach, which is what tuber is used a lot for. But what you can use, and what people sometimes forget, is that tuber kind of acts like an EMP. So if you have any electronic sight, which I don't think either of these guys is running, but we'll see. If you have an electronic sight, it takes out your sight, which is very good because although you might have an idea of where the middle of your sight is, having that exact visual on it is always really good. And it just slows you down. And with the C4, if he's going to be playing underneath, he can really just put that tuber out charge on the ceiling, and then he can see the footprints, which is what will allow him to C4. Actually, never mind. Looks like he's just going for a pre-play C4. It's Whale Cookie. Looking to go in library, so this pre-play C4 might come into effect. Also, at the end of the day, just like Whale Cookie said in chat, Tuberow has a DMR, which means that, if you're looking to get that, that great gun on defense, definitely a good option. Looks like Whale Cookie has decided off of the library angle, which is, unbeknownst to him, but a very good read. Looking to see, I think he knows where Tuberow is, or at least has an inkling. Now he's gonna drone just to make sure. Should see the Tuberow now. Yep. And he's gonna know that Tuberow is exactly where he expected. Try and nade out the Tuberow. Placing one of these charges on the wall. Again, gonna slow down whatever attacker goes through it. I think Whale Cookie might be even setting up for a plant here. Just looking to go master bedroom. War taking a little bit of damage. I mean, if he's not careful, he's definitely going to be dying to these gridlocks. I don't think he knows that Whale Cookie's planting. Nope, gets the plant down. Interesting that he's using the DMR. Doesn't just whip out the pistol and shoot a bunch of these. And Whale Cookie's out onto the rappel. And Whale Cookie looking to take his first round after War got 6 in a row. Again, these gridlocks could be very hard for War to go against. He's going to need to take time to shoot all of them. 17 seconds left. That means that he only has 10 seconds left. And again, like we said, the downsides of those pre-play C4 is that now he doesn't have a C4 to use to maybe try and counter, the person on rappel, and just trying to get it too late. And I think he thought that he could jump out of there, but as a defender, you cannot jump out of that window.
Go straight to your death there if you want to do that, but anyway, still would have died. Nade coming out from Whale Cookie there to secure his first round in a while. Is this going to be the momentum shift that he needs? Back on defense, I believe that he played his last defense round very well, using up all the clock. Just what can you do against a flashbang in your face,
Yeah, and Doka Biyazami, we go back to seeing those kind of whatever was played last round. Let's ban that out, take him off their comfort ops, and after 6 rounds in a row from War, Whale Cookie has to feel good that he got another one. And, he's looking at this game, and he's looking at it, he's thinking, okay, maybe this is closer to Fortress, and if I can just get that 4th round, that max OT round, then I can win this map and then take us on to the next one. If you're Whale Cookie, you're just looking at this one map at a time. Interesting, we see War playing the Lion here. So, like I said earlier, Lion definitely a good op, especially because once you know where that defender is, you can use that Lion charge and make sure that they stay wherever you know that they are.
Especially equipped with one of the best DMRs in the game, the 417, such a hard-hitting DMR. And in this meta where everybody wants an ACOG and 2 taps to the body, an operator like Lion is going to prove very effective in this 1v1 tournament.
Oh, looks like he's switching off to the Twitch. Well, we have another great gun into the F2. You know, Solid Snake isn't quite banned here, but I think he's probably going to bring the Twitch to counter these Fenrir gadgets, trying to take some of these out before he has to actually run into them himself. Interesting last Fenrir there is thrown from Whale Cookie, because that's kind of, you know, a Fenrir for a plant, you would expect. But if he does go half wall, then War will get Fenrir. So let's see where War is trying to set up. He's trying to set up over at K9. Well, Cookie a little bit off, so these Fenrirs are going to be able to get shot.
Oh, wow.
2 of them gone immediately. Means that, I mean, the one over here, piano side, is still up. So, but I think Whale Cookie, at least acknowledging that War is probably somewhere near K9 window. And try to take that gunfight. Try and see what he can do. He knows that War is out on K9 Balk somewhere probably. War, though, pushing up. No more drones, though. At least no more Twitch drones. Means that War's not going to be able to counter the Fenrir that is kind of placed perfectly for Whale Cookie right now. War taking a look. Whale Cookie, he has an idea that War is probably over there on that side, but doesn't know exactly where. Shoots another drone as Whale Cookie. Again, War kind of taking his time. Okay, probably gonna swing off his Fenrir. His Fenrir is still up there. War looking to switch. Trying to bait Whale Cookie into a swing, but Whale Cookie not giving it. Oh, just missing the body of Whale Cookie. He's about to hit the Fenrir, so. Oh. Whale Cookie able to take advantage of that Fenrir and get the kill. As you can see, Ward trying to switch over to his pistol, trying to see what he can do, but not able to do much against that Fenrir. And that op really able to come into Whale's defense and really help him out.
Yeah, like you said, we're seeing a lot more gadget kills and gun kills this map. So let's see how they handle this round, as it's been very slow and methodical. A lot of it not happening within the first minute of round. Everybody trying to find as much information as they can, and that is the name of the game. Find out where your opponent is and go where they're not.
Yeah, and we've seen an interesting difference. You know, as you said, they've both been slow, but Whale Cookie on his attack, he kind of chose to see that War is a little bit off-site. And, you know, again, War decided to play a little bit off-site. Whale Cookie saw that, and he was like, okay, I'm just going to go for the objective then and play that with his gridlocks versus, you know, Whale Cookie has been playing on-site the entire time so that he can have that same thing happen to him. But the counter of that is that War has been taking his time and just, you know, trying to fight. War's going for the kill, whereas Whale Cookie has been going more for the objective. So it's going to be interesting to see if War kind of plays this more insight position like we've seen him do. And he doesn't see the drone. Oh, he sees the drone now. That was going to be an interesting drone if he hadn't seen it. Whale Cookie picking up the Nomad. And again, I think if War goes off-site here, which it doesn't necessarily look like he's going to do, but if War did go off-site, that Nomad would be another one of these great, just like Gridlock, one of these great util ops that, you know, you could try and fight from after post-plant. You could try and fight that. Whale Cookie, I mean, his drone was set up for this, and so maybe he just goes for a quick master play. But War is kind of smart about it. Try and see if he can get just real quick Nomad peeking. Depends on how much droning Whale Cookie does. Looks like he's gonna go solar side. Just jumping in because he does know that that master door is barricaded. He only has to worry about the bathroom. Deploys a Nomad charge. Now he's going to go Master. Again, I think just like looking for very similar to what he did last round. Just a quick plant. And yeah, well, Cookie starts planting. And just kind of knows that, hey, War not as aggressive. And so he could just use the objective. Ooh, looking at the wrong side of the window. And Whale Cookie able to get War as he looks the wrong way. Whale Cookie, like we've said, just like this objective, is able to win yet another round on attack. And now Whale Cookie up 3-1. He's on match point. And if you're War, you're kind of wondering, you just had 6 rounds in a row, but now you've given 3 rounds in a row back to Whale Cookie. What's going on?
Exactly. I'm messing with your head. That's the funny thing about momentum. It can shift on a dime just like that. Whale Cookie looking for his last round to take it to 4-1 and secure the map. But hey, again, we can't count out Joe bringing it back 3 rounds like you just said. He just had 6 rounds in a row. What's stopping him from getting 3 rounds in a row?
Yeah. And we see what I think is the most standard bans that I would actually expect to see that we haven't really seen so far, which is Deimos, Dokkaebi, and that Solid Snake. We just see that intel get denied, which really, those are the 3 operators that have the most direct intel on where the other, where the defender is and the easiest to deploy. Zero, sure, you can get a lot of intel off of that, but you need to be on cams. And like we saw on the first map with Fortress, if you're on cams, you're very prone to getting killed, especially in a 1v1. Your opponent isn't just going to sit still and wait for you to look at cams and figure out where they are. They're going to be aggressive. Like, they're going to be active. And so, really, you're expecting, maybe the cams help a little bit, but the cams are definitely going to be very aggressive. And again, you replace the Fenrir with the Thorn, and we just see, the Thorn gadgets instead of the Fenrir gadgets. Interesting to see if, looks like War is not switching over to the Twitch, which was, a nice counterplay to when Whale Cookie brought Fenrir. He was able to with the Twitch, able to get rid of 2 of the Fenrir gadgets, but, just not able to get rid of the right one, which cost him the round, obviously, from War. But, let's see. War might be looking for more objective play here, especially with the 0. He's able to get a lot more information. But Whale Cookie, he's going to be aggressive on this. He's not just going to let War plant like War let him plant. Let's see how this goes. War just deploying util. And again, nice thing about 0 is, he deployed 2 cams. He still has 4 left. So he's able to get quite a bit of information. But he can't use any of that information right now because he's not been on any of those 0 cams. So he doesn't know what information is being given. He just knows that they're there for when he needs to check them. Now he'll finally get on cams. Meanwhile, Whale Cookie just in piano, trying to see what he can find. Or trying to see what he can find. He knows now where the Thorn is. That's not going to be too much of a surprise. Now again, we'll see these can openers come into play, which is interesting. Just pre-firing Whale Cookie and War. But can openers will come into play, which, in this case, the half wall isn't reinforced, so it doesn't really matter. But, in some of these older rounds where it was reinforced, that can opener will come into play because you can actually open up an angle that was not previously available to you. You might think, like, why not play something like an Ace or Habana, but, those operators don't have a lot of util that would be directly great in a 1v1. They have a lot of hard breach util, but, especially in a 1v1, you're looking for a good gun and then maybe a little bit of information, but again, top of mind is that great gun, and 0 has this gun, which is, really good, one of the better ARs, I would say, in the game. But, using those can openers, opening up another angle. Whale Cookie just trying to see if he can maybe get a pre-fire. Ooh! Whale Cookie able to tap the head of War. Able to take this map 4-1. He's going to bring 1 back at least.
Yeah, Whale Cookie 2-1 in the series. Is this where he can claw back from the jaws of defeat? This will be great to see. Very talented player. You can never give up on him. You can never give up on him because the moment you let off the gas on him, he's going to make you pay.
now we're going to go on to border. Just waiting for war to be ready here.
Seems like a common thing between matches. Has Will Cookie gotten in War's head? Is he rethinking his strategy? He's trying to figure out what he can do. You may not have heard this, but last stream War did admit to having a few warm-up 1v1s and watching some of Fuji's gameplay beforehand. Club's the 5th. Hold on. Oh, Club is the 4th map.
Okay, sorry. Border will be the 5th map if we do need that, which, you know. Okay, that's my bad. Alright, looks like we are all ready to go now. Alright, so a little bit of a mistake there, but border is going to be the map, the 5th and final map that Whale Cookie is going to look to go on to. As War, again, here's the thing about someone else being on match point. That means that even though Whale Cookie won the last map, he can't ease off the gas really at all because he needs to take Clubhouse as well so that he can get onto that last map of border.
Yeah. And I totally think he can do it. Clubhouse, a map we've seen yesterday where it's just gunfight after gunfight after gunfight, and it seemed like Whale Cookie had the upper hand on most of these gunfights last map, so as long as he can keep that ball rolling, I think we can expect to see border in the near future.
Yeah, and we see this Aruni Grim Ban like we've seen so far every time. And, you know, Whale Cookie might be at a little bit of an advantage because he was able to watch Warrior play against Fuji on the same map yesterday at the end of the stream. That was the last game that we streamed. You know, he's able to take a look at some of the tactics and some of these pre-plays. You know, that same pre-play C4 probably not going to work. So if you're War, you're kind of thinking of new stuff on the fly, bringing the Valk. I'm going to be interested to see if he does, you know, he does go basement again. I'm going to be interested to see if he places another pre-placed, maybe not at the same location, maybe somewhere else. But if he just goes for that same strat of pre-place, and, you know, we've seen War over these first 3 maps. He really likes these pre-placed C4s, which, again, if it hits, then that's a big win. But if it doesn't hit, that means that you kind of wasted a C4, especially, you know, in a 1v1, a C4 can be a great tool just to, you know, cause some distraction, get your opponent to look the other way. Or even, like, if you know exactly where your opponent is, you're not able to shoot him, but you're able to, you know, use that C4. You know, it can be a great way to get a kill. Looks like War not pre-placing his C4. So again, not quite going for exactly what he did last time. Gonna see if he can get a spawn peek on a Whale Cookie. Whale Cookie has that garage though. Not gonna be able to get that spawn peek. Run down blue. Again, just like Chalet, Whale Cookie going a lot more objective focused, and War not anywhere close to the objective. Whale Cookie able to find one of the Valcams. Don't know if War knows what's going on here, but now that he's back to objective, he's gonna know. Okay. Maybe see if we can get in. War just pre-firing, seeing if he can maybe get a lucky headshot. Both of these guys are trying to pre-fire each other, and War able to get Whale Cookie trying to place down that util, and War able to make a statement to big end this this map. You know, 4-1 is a heavy loss for War, but he's able to go into Clubhouse and make a statement coming out with the first round win.
Indeed, and catching Whale Cookie with his gadget in hand. Just unlucky timing. Whale Cookie had the sight there for most of the round, but the moment Warrior rotated right back to sight, there was no getting in because all those pre-fires, all those shots, just not something you want to walk into and get caught with your gadget in hand.
Yeah. And the Aruni Demos ban, just like we saw on Chalet, and, you know, I think it would be interesting to see, you know, Warrior stats since Whale Cookie started banning Deimos, because I think it's definitely been a lot harder for Warrior to kind of have, it's been a lot harder for him to play on these attacking rounds ever since Whale Cookie started, banning Deimos.
Mm-hmm.
That Deimos ban really was effective on Chalet, and let's see how effective it is here on Clubhouse. One thing I am surprised is that he's not bringing the Solid Snake. I think just not as used to the F2. Very used to that Deimos Revolver. Because, Solid Snake at the end of the day will give you a similar amount of information. They won't give you the exact location if they're not within that circle. But, a lot of these times, both of these guys are very close to each other. They know approximately where each other is. These are a lot of heads-up gunfights. These aren't, getting stabbed in the back with a gun. But this Fenrir, again, it's going to be very interesting to see if War is able to get these Fenrir gadgets destroyed. Able to destroy one observation blocker. Might be useful for War, but honestly, in a 1v1, not going to be that useful. Meanwhile, Whale Cookie underneath. So let's see what he can do. Shooting out the jukebox, making sure he doesn't have any extra sound distracting him for where he wants to go. Or just droning down secret. He knows where Whale Cookie is. He saw him on the other drone. But is he going to be able to see this Deimos gadget? And he does. Now just trying to get an exact location on Whale Cookie's War. Knows where he was earlier. Now he has his drone set up. Let's see what War is going to go for. So call comes out. One gadget goes down. War now knowledgeable about Whale Cookie's position. Whale Cookie going to use the extra Deimos the extra Fenrir that he had in pocket to on that secret door to try and counter it. I don't know if Whale Cookie saw that drone. I don't think he did. So that drone at least still up. But again, there's another Deimos down main.
Fenrir.
Oh, sorry. Another Fenrir. I'm getting my operators mixed up. There's another Fenrir down main. Ooh, very close is Spore. And a little bit of a better angle, and he would have been able to get that gunfight. But Whale Cookie looking up, trying to see what he can do. Knows that War is probably walking down main. 38 seconds left. And that drone going out might be very critical for Whale Cookie, because that means that Warrior is not able to find that Fenrir that's bottom main. Flash goes out. Oh, but he is able to walk past the Fenrir. Make it so that doesn't matter too much. And Whale Cookie gonna try and look to counter War. 13 seconds left. And Whale Cookie is able to get the kill as he evens it out 1-1. Again, we have this 1-1 scoreline. Time to see if it kind of holds as being even like we saw in Fortress, or if either one of these guys is kind of able to start running away with it.
Yeah, definitely going to be seeing a lot more gunfights just like that. I mean, Joe's attacks have always gone down to the last second, so I feel like although it may be a lot of intel gathering, a lot of trap being destroyed at the start of the round, once that last 30 seconds starts to hit, these guys are throwing everything they have at each other, and that is a really fun part to watch about this 1v1. Just two methodical players going at it, showing off their mechanics, and you can learn a lot from these two.
Yeah, and we have the Gridlock and Fenrir ban. It's been interesting seeing Whale Cookie ban the Fenrir. He did this on Chalet as well, especially because War really hasn't been playing the Fenrir. War's been playing this Valkyrie a lot more, but I think Whale Cookie kind of just a little bit afraid of kind of War doing exactly to him what he's been doing to War. That Fenrir, those Fenrir gadgets, really powerful. Obviously on Chalet we saw them get him a kill, but even last round on Clubhouse, we saw that last Fenrir gadget get a lot of information, because now Royal Cookie knew that War had crossed and then he was going moto. So a lot of information given there. And War with 2 Valcams in pocket and a C4. He's going to go for a spawn peek though. Let's see if Whale Cookie checks this. It would be surprising if he didn't. Oh, he doesn't quite go for the spawn peek. But as you can see, even if he did, Whale Cookie would have been ready for that. Let's see. Whale Cookie, just because of that little punch hole, just a little wary. See if maybe War is lurking somewhere close. Meanwhile, War knows that Whale Cookie is coming secret side. Whale Cookie with the sledge. And I have a much easier way of getting through these soft walls. I think he knows where the Valcam is. Yep. Oh, he didn't shoot the Valcam. I'm going to get a shot onto the Valcam. But he decides better of it, and he's just going to go into church, where now he has control of objective. And as we've seen, usually being a little bit more objective oriented is Whale Cookie. He gets off of the plant at the very last second. Knows that War is blue. He has that drone. Trying to see what he can do. Getting a little bit of a better plant spot. Gets off plant. Saw War. War though. A little bit more. Whale Cookie trying to plant. See if he'll get off the plant now, but War doesn't push him, so he's able to get the plant down. Now Whale Cookie on the defense, and he's able to get the kill on the War.
Another round taken by Whale Cookie. Just not methodical like I said Warrior's been playing. Whale Cookie's just been able to find the gaps and just taking sight. It's been really easy for him, honestly, on most of his attacks. He just gets into blue, and that is why he brought the sledge. I wanted to say that is the first time I've seen a sledge in a 1v1, but it makes sense why he brought it, because if Warrior is just going to give up all that space, Robbie's just going to take it, just like we saw in Chalet. So if he can keep stacking these rounds and Warrior doesn't adjust to his fast sight-taking prowess, then we're going to be seeing Border real soon here.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't even think I've seen War attempt a plant, much less have a plant, and Whale Cookie, meanwhile, has had so many plants so far this game. We've seen Whale Cookie just play a lot more of that objective, and we see Mira come out from Whale Cookie. It is interesting, because because Whale Cookie has been banning that Deimos against against Warrior, that means that he is not banning the Grim, which War is now choosing to bring. But the Mira, going to be interesting, especially if, depending on where War pushes, because War pushes right into a Mira window, that could be the end of him. But War is going to know that the Mira is being brought. So let's see if he decides to choose to bring someone else, or if he sticks onto this Grim. One Mira window goes down for bottom main. I assume the other one's going to go down for blue. But Mira going up. Mira, not the fastest operator, but, just trying to get these hatches. Make sure he doesn't get caught off guard. And, this is where you can take advantage of the fact that War tends to like to take his time. You could still get these late reinforcements and not have to worry too much. Meanwhile, War looking to see if he can get into dirt, which he will be able to take advantage of. Whale Cookie going back on the site. And try and see. I think assuming that War could have made a good push up to blue now. And now going to be setting down his blue Mira. Meanwhile, War is just, setting up, and like we've said, War takes his time, but that also means that it's been 45 seconds and War is just droned a little bit, and he knows where Mira is, but he doesn't exactly know what his plan is. But it does look like a dirt. He gets the hatch just to put some phantom pressure onto Whale Cookie. Gonna get through now. Whale Cookie, though, aware of what side of the map War would be coming from, but starting to doubt himself a little bit. Still open to that dirt angle right here, but War takes his time, and Whale Cookie wises up to that dirt angle. That is the one downside of taking your time. Means the defense has a lot of time to think through what's going on, listen to what's going on, and adjust their setup. War just backing out of dirt. And just like that, we have a minute left.
Yeah.
So definitely that time is working hard against Whale Cookie. We're going for the hatch. Whale Cookie, you should hear that soon enough. I mean, again, able to get all of the intel. You can get all the intel you want. It's useless. Oh, just missing the head of Whale Cookie there is War. Sees what's going on. Whale Cookie has a general idea of what's going on. Getting a drone to look at him. Whale Cookie aware that, there's probably a drone. Oh!
Ooh.
Just misses the head. And now Whale Cookie is tracked, which means that War has extra information. Where Whale Cookie might be, but right behind the mirror window is War, which means that Whale Cookie has seen War go down this round. And War, not aware of where Whale Cookie is, but he's able to just move past him. And now planting on the mirror window. Getting planted down, and he's going to die because, well, he ran out of time. Whale Cookie getting this third round off of time. And it just goes to show you what happens when you take all of your time allotted. I mean, again, if War had a little bit more time, he would have maybe been able to get a plant down, and Whale Cookie wouldn't be able to aggress so quickly. The reason Whale Cookie was able to be so aggressive is because, hey, there's less than 7 seconds left. That means you either have to kill me or you have to start planting. And if you start planting, you only have so much time to start that plant. Yeah, and then you're stuck on plant, right? Once it hits zeros, you are stuck on plant. You can't get off of it.
He's coming straight for you once you hear that click-clack on the diffuser going down. I mean, an interesting decision there to let Warrior live there when he's crossing through the hallway, but secures the round nonetheless. Maybe it's something I'm too low elo to understand.
I mean, I think he said it best himself in the chat. It was a bit of Whiff City from Whale Cookie, but at the end of the round, he's able to win it, and I think him being more focused on making sure that he's able to get the round win than necessarily getting the kill at that moment in time. I think he just really wasn't expecting War to push so fast. He was expecting War to kind of, at least think about someone being in church, and not expecting him to push so fast. Now Whale Cookie up 3-1. If he's able to get another one, then we go on to Border. And Border will be decided. Whale Cookie bringing out the Thermite. This is the first time. Like I said, not a lot of utility offered from these hard breachers, but if I was going to pick one of them, Thermite would probably be the one that I pick, because you have these big Thermite holes. You got 3 of them, and you've got one of the better ARs in the game. So definitely looking to go, and War reinforcing that means that he might destroy this. He doesn't quite destroy the Thermite charge. He might have got that Thermite charge if he was just a second faster.
Does he not have the pocket shotgun? Having the pocket shotgun there, that would make it easier to get the hatch. He's gonna have to waste a Thermite charge on it, but I guess there isn't much else to use a Thermite charge on when you're attacking. So
yeah, I think Whale Cookie, not someone who plays a lot of hard breach, so might not have the Thermite setup as is most optimal. But that pocket shotgun would be a much better choice. But again, just like the last couple of rounds, we see Whale Cookie going a lot more objective focused. Trying to see if maybe... Gets pre-fired though by War. But that gives War's position away as Whale Cookie is able to take round 5 and push this to map 5 of Border. And for as much as you could say about War getting that 1-4-0, Whale Cookie has responded with 2 4-1s back to back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you're getting these wins. All that matters is that you're winning right now. You can be as result-based as you want, because you've got finals to play for. You've got money to play for. You've got so much on your plate, and you cannot let that distract you. War seemingly not adapting to what Whale Cookie's been doing, as think Will Cookie's gotten used to the fact that he takes about 2 minutes to drone the site before he even thinks about going for a push. So hopefully we see something different on Border from War, because blowing this 2-0 lead, that's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I mean, really, we see, especially that 2 minutes that you're talking about that War takes. You saw Whale Cookie on the Mira take the time to get the hatches, right? He's able to take the time to do more setup because he knows that War isn't going to be aggressive, right? Where you might have to worry about, someone being a little bit more aggressive. Sorry. Or you might have to worry about someone being a little bit more aggressive in the past. He doesn't have to worry about War being as aggressive, which means that he basically has extra prep time.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see if maybe War gets a little bit more aggressive here on Border. Border has a lot more spawn peaks, a lot more quick ways that you can get into contact with the defenders. So it's going to be interesting to see if War switches up his playstyle a little bit, gets a little bit more aggressive. Let's see what happens. But on to map 5, Deimos or Uniban, what we expect now as the first bans, because Whale Cookie does not want to deal with that Deimos from War, who has shown kind of how good he is on that Deimos on those first 2 maps.
Yeah, he's not going to make that same mistake again. That Deimos crucial for that 4-0 win, but that is so far in the past now. They've got to focus on winning this map right here, right now, regardless of what they've done. War bringing the Ying. Border, a great map to bring the Ying. I think it's one of my favorite operators to bring on this because there's just so many positions that the defenders want to hold that this Ying absolutely denies.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if War maybe learning from what Whale Cookie's been doing is going to use the Ying more. Because you can either use the Ying to kind of make sure no one kills you while you're planting, or you can use the Ying to flash out the enemy and then push. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to use this more objective based, or if he's going to try and use this as a more just pure gunfight type of operator.
And the Mirror, absolutely a strong pick on this map. It would get that one all the way through Archives Hall, so let's see if we could see a Mirror ban here after we played it last map as well, but not much to go off of here now.
You do also have the new semi-automatic pistol on the Ying, which is always a nicer pistol. It's not the best pistol in terms of trying to kill someone. You still want one of your primary guns, but it is a nicer pistol if you end up having to go to the pistol. It's nicer to have something with a little bit of a higher fire rate. Running him out is War. Not quite changing up his strategy in terms of being aggressive, but see what he's able to do on the Ying. Whale Cookie in a bit of an interesting position. War, though, he's going more armory side. He's not really going archive side. So as great of a position Whale Cookie did have on that archives push. Ooh, sees his feet is Whale Cookie, but not able to get any damage on him. For now, knows that Whale Cookie's at least somewhere close. I want to see if he can maybe get a kill. War. Taking a second just to think. Deploying those Ying Candelas. As Whale Cookie, not flashed, so he's still going to have all of his vision, but takes quite a bit of damage from War. As War is going to be the aggressor. Baiting the plant. Baiting the C4 out. Ooh, and he takes a bit of damage back on there, and now they're both on low health. Ooh, and Whale Cookie. Able to get the kill on the War. Starts it out with a pretty good round.
Yeah, I expected to see a lot more from Joe there. I feel like he knew he had all of Armory there, but just wary of the crossfires and the pre-fires of Whale Cookie. That's the respect you do have to give your opponent there. But there's no catch. There's no, you can throw your smokes, you can throw your flashes and take as much space as you want, but we saw him only push in after he was out of Candelas. I feel like he needs to be a bit more aggressive. He needs to get out of the shell of wanting all the information before he pushes in, because Whale Cookie's adapted. He's ready for anything that's coming his way on defense, so yeah, hopefully seeing a change in pace soon.
Yeah, like you said, didn't even let me play him once.
That's grim.
And that, as Whale Cookie points out, Whale Cookie has had that Grim banned against him all 5 maps. First ban means that Whale Cookie has not been able to play the Grim so far. And it's interesting because, again, Whale Cookie, even though he's able to find a gap, he is much more willing to push that gap without all of the information, without knowing exactly where War is. He's more willing to push that gap just knowing that there is a gap, which is something War has not been able to do, right? War has needed to know, we've seen a lot of times, War find on the drone exactly where Whale Cookie is and not push until he knows that. Whereas Whale Cookie's a little bit more okay saying, hey, even if he does surprise me, I think I might be able to win that gunfight. So, let's see, as War sets up on the Fenrir, and so far, even in the last 2 4-1s, it's been around from Whale Cookie, around back from War, and then Whale Cookie's kind of gotten off to the races. So, let's see if War is able to equalize and at least start this map 5 as a close contention. 4, though, only deploying 2 of his Fenrir gadgets. Oh, and there goes the 3rd and the 4th as I say that. And so now he's got 2 codes to put up wherever he wants, and he deploys both of them. The change to the Fenrir now that, the codes don't get destroyed when that Fenrir gadget gets destroyed means that, you can be a little bit more aggressive with those codes. Means that, if the gadget with the code gets destroyed, you still have the code, it just comes back into your pocket. Means you don't have to be as much waiting for them to get to that code, because just redeploy it.
That is definitely why we've seen a lot more Fenrirs nowadays. Keeping their Fenrirs in pocket, obviously not happening here, but a very strong and vital strategy. If you just want to throw a Fenrir at somebody and pop it, you've got more than enough util to do so.
Alright. Looking like Whale Cookie. Sees a bit of a gap here, like we've said. Just putting stuff down. And again. Ooh, but aggresses onto War. It kind of takes advantage of the fact, like we've been seeing, Whale Cookie planting. And I think War thinking the same thing. Whale Cookie probably going for the plant. And Whale Cookie takes advantage of that thinking and able to aggress onto War and get that kill. And it's up 2-0 for Whale Cookie. And if you're War, you kind of have to dig deep, bring everything else out, and, take anything that you have in your bag of tricks out to try and start getting some rounds and start build up your momentum so that you can get the win here on map 5.
Like you said, it is time for War to get in his bag. He's just been showing the same move over and over again to Robbie, and he's completely fine with, hey, maybe I've been on it once or twice the first couple of maps, but now I'm ready for it. I'm locking him down. So we need to see a change of pace. We need to see something faster. Again, I don't like the Twitch play here because I feel like it's just not an operator you can play fast with. Another operator, he wants to get all the information he can, and Robbie's totally fine with, like, hey, you know where I am, come find me. And that's been the story of the last 2 maps. That's why he's been able to call back from that 2-0 deficit.
And it's a combined, over the last 3 maps, it's a combined 10-2. So really War is going to have to start bringing out some stuff that maybe Whale Cookie hasn't seen, some secret bag of tricks that he would have if he wants to win this game. Let's see. War trying to see what he can do. Shooting out default cams. And again, we do see this this Twitch be brought, which is going to be good for, trying to contest the Mira. Or shooting doesn't get the Mira quite quick enough. That means that the Mira window will go down. And both of these Mira windows, though, set up Armory. So if War decides not to go from the Armory side, this Mira window is not going to be working in Whale Cookie's favor. So we see War. He's metal. Again, he's not going quite as much for the information like we've seen him go in the past. Looks like he's droning out now, but just kind of getting general information. Then he might be a little bit more aggressive. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely glad to see him taking space before that 1 minute mark, making his way all the way into office. This switch obviously direct counter to the Mira, but again, you've got to push this gunfight no matter what. I believe he does have the smokes to block vision, but that's about it. So once those smokes go out, he's going to have to push off of those, and Robbie knows that.
I mean, but the nice thing for War is that even though this Mira is broad, ooh, looks like he's looking for that angle. even though this Mira is brought, both Miras are facing outside armory side, so neither of them are going to really be, a pain for War right now. War is able to kind of contest without worrying about the Mira windows. But again, just going back onto drone, just trying to see where Whale Cookie could have gone to.
Definitely no need for any peeking of swords, but looks like he's going for a backstab. Knows he's off his drone now. Walking onto the office, double pre-fire goes out. Nothing connects here for Whale Cookie.
Just a little bit too quick on the pre-fire is Whale Cookie. And Whale Cookie taken down by War, who's able to get the one tap. And War kind of getting back into it. Let's see if he's able to get another one.
Yeah, this is exactly what we needed to see from him. We need him taking space before he knows everything, and that's why he won that round. I don't think Will Cookie was expecting it because he had everything set up towards armory, thinking he was just going to play that slowly, but no. He was making his way all the way through office, found the gap, and took it. And even with the gunfights being taken there, not much that Will Cookie could have done once Warrior finally got into sight. He jumped his way into small, could have done anything he wanted there.
Yeah, I mean, we do see, though, again, War was still taking his time. He had sped it up a little bit, but he was still taking his time. And again, Whale Cookie, if he had just waited half second longer on that pre-fire, he could have gotten War while he was reloading. So definitely, if you're War, you're like, I'm glad I won that, but that wasn't the most convincing of wins. So you're trying to see if maybe you can get a heads-up gunfight that you're just able to win a little bit more convincingly. As we see the Soulless ban and the Gridlock ban. It's interesting seeing the Soulless ban because I don't think I've seen a lot of Soulless play from Warrior, but opting to ban the Soulless instead of this Valkyrie, which we've seen Warrior play a lot, I think Whale Cookie just kind of signaling that he's okay with War having the MPX, but not quite okay with War having the SMG-11 and the P90. So, interesting setup. War, again, on a lot of these intel ops, just trying to put down his Val cams. Only has one down so far. He's got two left. I think, yep, puts one more down. Probably going to have the last one for whatever happens. Pre-placed on the plant spot. So that is, that's interesting, especially considering how well Cookie's been playing this. If he goes for a plant, then he would have that information. Ooh, and War missing out on that drone. That saw exactly where War was. Whale Cookie going to have some information, especially if he hops back on that drone. He's going to see War reinforcing. Meanwhile, War trying to see if he can get which way Whale Cookie is coming from. Alright. War trying to see on his Val cams, trying to see where Whale Cookie's coming from. Whale Cookie droning back. Gonna start making his way into break. Probably gonna be a metal take here, if I had to guess. Actually, just gonna deploy a Nomad charge metal and gonna go archives. Now War gonna be able to see that. Now again, his pre-placed is for an armory plant, so that pre-placed not gonna be too useful here, unless Whale Cookie decides to go outside CCTV. And like we said earlier, having that pre-placed means that you don't have that C4 later in the round. So especially when you have information like this, which you might even be able to play on, vertically, you can't really do anything about it. So Whale Cookie probably gonna go for the plant here. Let's see. Or might have an idea. Yep, he has the idea of exactly where that Nomad charge is. Able to shoot that. I'll just heads up gunfight between 1v1 between the two operators as the flash goes out. 36 seconds left. And, it's down to time. Whale Cookie goes out to Fountain. Repossesses. And getting another Nomad air jab is War, and Whale Cookie able to take advantage of that.
Yep, just another gap found by Whale Cookie, bringing his lead up to 3-1. I mean, I didn't think 3 maps ago that I'd be seeing Border, but here we are now with Whale Cookie, the advantage here on map series point here. Joe's gonna have to crawl back 3 rounds in a row, but again, like I said, can't ever count him out, but gonna need to see a change of pace here.
Yeah, and we see the Mira ban come out from War, trying to deny Whale Cookie from having that Mira now. You know, we saw Whale Cookie play the Mira the last 2 times, but really, we haven't seen the Mira be that useful. It hasn't been the reason that Whale Cookie has been winning, but, you know, you do have a great weapon there on Mira, so maybe he thinks about that, but Whale Cookie just bringing that exact same weapon on Goyo means that he still has this same great SMG, and, you know, he has Goyo, which I think actually forcing him off the Mira onto the Goyo might be a bad mistake for Ward, because with the way that Ward has been timing himself out, that Goyo is just going to add to that pressure.
Yeah, definitely. Now, 2 operators we haven't seen much of, but Goyo a great pick for Whale Cookie here, because like you said, if Warrior wants to take his time with a minute left in the sight, that Goyo is going to burn about half the time he has left, and depending on how many he puts on the door, he better hope there's not more than one Goyo where he wants to push, because then that dream of all that Chipotle money is over.
And I mean, War switching off the Ace onto the Twitch means that he will be able to destroy these Goyos. That's, again, only if he can get that, only if he can, you know, get his Twitch into exactly where he was pushing. Like we saw in Chalet, he was able to get the Twitch, he was able to get the 2 Fenrirs off of K9 door, but he ends up pushing Piano, which means he doesn't get rid of the initial Piano. So if he stays similar onto where he's going to push, like if he stays in one place that he's going to push, he'll be able to get rid of some of these Goyos. But let's see what happens as he starts going in with the Twitch drone. He's able to pop 1 Goyo, and that's it for that 1 Twitch drone. But again, it looks like he's going Archives. Again, as great as it is that he popped the 1 Goyo armory, if you're going Archives, oh, he sees the drone get deployed. Oh, but Twitch does know. Ooh, might have been a gap there for Whale Cookie, but not quite.
Almost finishing off the series there. Hopefully not walking into the crosshairs. But Robbie, Whale Cookie, able to come back from a 2-0 deficit. Unbelievable stuff we've seen here on Border. I cannot believe that. Gupta, did you think there was a chance in hell for Robbie to come back from that 2-0 deficit after that 4-0 on Lair?
No, especially after that 4-0 on Lair. You know, if you look at it from Robbie's perspective, you had Fortress, you went 3-4. You know, that's close. You lost that, you know, comes down the last round. Then you get 4-0'd, right? You go 0-4, and you're like, okay, what's going on? But then you win 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, and you're like, okay, you know, it looks like Lair was just really Ward's map. And so we will be back now with, back shortly with the winner's interview. First thing I got to ask is, you know, at the end of Lair, you just got 4-0'd. What were you thinking in terms of, you know, how you're going to win this game, especially now that you're down so much?
Yeah, I mean, starting off down 2 maps, it wasn't really good for my mental to begin with. But, you know, the biggest difference between the semis and the qualifiers was that there's op bans, right? So you can't run the same operator every round. And my biggest reliance in the qualifier rounds was Grim. I didn't get to play him once the entire across all 5 maps. So it took some getting used to. But after I realized, you know, Joe is just going to swing me on everything. You know, he's just going to force me to play against him. plays util with the flash, play the Deimos and track me down, then force a pixel, right? It kind of becomes a little bit predictable, right? So all you gotta do is take your util and then force him where you want him to be.
Definitely something we noticed. You definitely were taking note that he took very, very long to even get in the building and take space. Do you think that was a deciding factor of you picking that Goyo and just waiting him out basically for those 3 maps you've won?
Yeah, I mean, certainly when you're playing all 3 minutes, you give time for the defender to run around, right? So I was playing my space as much as I could, right? So he has to waste his util, push me off of things that he wants to play, and right when he brought the Ying 2 rounds in a row, he's like he's just going in through one doorway, right? So he pushes me off of it, but then he can't do anything after that because I'm still playing right next to it. All he did was his entry in. So
All right. Well, one
he doesn't
last
give
question.
himself time to play with. Yep.
Oh yeah. Sorry. One last question. I noticed the first 2 maps you didn't really ban out that Deimos from Joe. Joe known for bringing that Deimos, especially on PSU Blue. What made you change your mind then of map 3? You were like, all right, I think I need to get rid of his Deimos.
Yeah, I mean, when he was going for the vert on me on Lair, I knew, like, I'm okay with him taking the Deimos. Like, on Fortress, it was fine, because I can contest him, because he gives me walls too, so I can wallbang him right back. But when he's going for the vert, there's just not much I can do. He gets precise vert walls on me, and I can't deal with that. So I decided to put the ego aside and ban his Deimos.
All right. Well, it's nice to see you win this, and you're gonna be in the finals now. So looking forward to that. You have any words for whoever you end up facing in the finals?
Yeah, good luck.
All right. Well, great to see that. And for everyone else on stream, we will be back in about 2 minutes with the next match. are back with our second semifinal game between Destroyer and Fred. Just like last time, I'm Gupman joined here with.
I'm at the beach. Nice to see everyone.
Mr. At the Beach is whose basement we are running this all from.
Yep.
And his computer, so we thank him quite a bit for letting us use all of this equipment to get all of this up and running. Do you have any thoughts before we get into it?
We're going on the lair for the first map, correct?
Yep.
I don't think Hal knows anything about this map, so I'm taking Frack, easy 4-2 right here.
Yep, and just for anyone who doesn't know, Hal is Destroyer. And so let's get into the game without any delay. As we start up our game, Destroyer is going to start on attack, Frack on defense. For anyone who didn't join us for the first map, the way these bans work is that they are side specific. So when Frack is on defense, there's going to be one set of bans. When Destroyer is on defense, there's going to be a different set of bans. Let's see what the first bans are. As we saw last time between Whale Cookie and War, it was Aruni Grim bans. Let's see kind of what bans come out of here. You know, neither of these guys specifically, I would think of any operator for them, so it's going to be a little bit more interesting, but obviously DMRs, stuff like that, you're going to want to get those gone. And so we do see the Aruni, and we see a Dokkaebi. So again, another 2 DMRs taken off the board early. As we see, Destroyer bring out the Deimos, something, you know, Warrior was doing when he got that 5L last time. He was using that Deimos. Oh, sorry. He was able to use that Deimos, but Frack, unlike Whale Cookie, is bringing out the Vigil. You know, something to counter that Deimos operator to make sure that, although he might be able to track him sometimes, Frack will be able to have that Vigil ability up and counter those Deimos tracks.
Yeah, I'd like to see Destroyer bring out maybe the Ying, a Capital, anything to help with getting into the building and going for that execution. It looks like he might be just sticking the Deimos.
Yeah,
He's switching to the Twitch. He's looking to bring those extra cams for info and then have the DMR to contest with the Boss G and the ACOG that it has.
1 second. Sorry. Alright, as we get back into it, Destroyer, again, with the Twitch means that really with the Vigil, all he's going to be able to counter is those default cams, but he has the F2, and especially now that they added the vertical grip, that means that he's going to be able to do quite a bit with it.
Destroyer's starting to feel himself, starting to think it's like 2022, running back in the T2 quals that he was in. So let's see how he does with it.
Destroyer, just seeing what he can do, what information he can get. But again, moving a lot quicker than Warrior was last time. Destroyer is going to look, you know, just get the general idea of where Frack is. And then he's going to be looking to get aggressive on it. Destroyer, see if he can get aggressive. Ooh, sees Frack. Not able to hit a shot, though. Frack with the Boss G. Smoke goes down. Means Destroyer is able to get into sight. Frack taking out the SMG-12. Destroyer might look for a plant here. He has a little bit of advantage. Ooh, just sees Frack. Able to get a little bit of damage. Not quite enough to end the round, though.
You can see the old age coming in the Destroyer, missing a lot of bullets.
As Frack, he's on the Vigil, and I don't know if Destroyer's gonna know. Oh no, looks like Destroyer does know where Frack is. You know, Vigil might be a little bit invisible to drones, but you still get that you know, notification around your drone that the Vigil's in range, which gives you a general idea. Frack pushing up with the Boss G. Gonna be looking to see what he can do. Does he know that Destroyer's to his right? Ooh, would have been given away with that information. Gonna bait it out with the defuses, but Destroyer is able to get the kill on a Frack at the end of the day. Destroyer takes round 1.
That was a good first round. It was a little stalled in the beginning, but Destroyer was able to work the map, get Frack to back up a little bit, let him get the plant down, and then just play post-play.
Yeah, and now we see, again, like I said, new set of bans. I would assume probably Aruni also gets banned. Aruni really just very impactful here. You got the DMR, you got the Aruni gates, which can do a lot of damage. So I assume Aruni, but it's going to be interesting to see what the attacker ban is. Let's see. It is actually the Azami and the Dokkaebi. Okay. So let's see if Frack decides to run this Aruni. But Azami being banned, maybe Destroyer, his old eyes can't see those angles quite as well. But Destroyer's going to run Vigil. Looks like he's also going to run the Vigil, not going to run the Aruni. And Frack running the Capitao. I think maybe Destroyer a little worried just seeing what happened to Whale Cookie last time on Lair. Just a little bit worried about that Deimos coming back out and what type of damage might be able to be done with that.
I was hoping it wasn't going to happen, but Destroyer's running the Boss G. Somebody that's played with him in the past, he's easily the worst Boss G player in NA. So this is, I just wish the best for him because I don't think he's going to win this round.
I mean, he's got the SMG-12 out. He's just sitting there, I don't know, Destroyer thinking things through.
I think he's ordering food right now, it seems.
I don't know exactly what he's doing, but it looks like Destroyer is taking his time to think about what's going on. Think about, hey, maybe where I want to attack, but all this while, Frack getting free information. And, yeah. I mean, Destroyer's statue game worked if he wanted to get where the drone is. I don't know.
I think Destroyer was sitting there just so he knew where the drone was going to come from. He was probably thinking wherever he could find the drone, that's where the person's going to be spawning. But Frack actually went opposite of that site, so these mental games aren't really working for each other.
Oh, Destroyer missing Frack on the default cam, but now he gets him on the other cam. So he's going to know where Frack is coming from. Frack coming up yellow stairs. I think probably going to be looking for some sort of rocket take. Destroyer still flipping through cams, trying to figure out where Frack's coming from. Now again, Frack not going rocket, but if he were to go rocket, I mean, Destroyer was just sitting there on cams, and the only cam that he had was too late to tell him if Frack was like running up.
This looks like it's just going to be a Pebbles take. Go smoke and flame off everything and then go plant on the safe desk. But Destroyer's over in gallery, so he can counter this very easily if Frack doesn't take the time to drone this out.
Frack is going to take the time to fire it, but not quite enough. Let's see, Destroyer might be able to just run past this flames, but decides not to. Throws an impact, gets a little bit of damage onto Frack, but Frack's able to get plant down, and that leaves Destroyer in this attacker position. Ooh, and he's able to catch Frack out with the utility. And Destroyer able to get a second kill and a second round.
I think a second fireball could have been used there for that case, just to put it on, delay, a couple, about 10 seconds more, and just give yourself more time to, figure out how you're going to deal with Destroyer trying to retake the case.
Yeah, I think that is what Frack was going for, but just caught with that firebolt in hand and not the gun in hand, and Destroyer was able to get the kill. So now we go back to the Aruni Dokkaebi ban. Interested to see. I think I'll either see Deimos or Solid Snake. What are you expecting here?
Definitely the Deimos would be pretty good to get rid of here. Yep, there it is, and the Vigil as well. Two operators that one counters the other, and they've been a menace to each party. So it's good to see those get taken off, and we can see potential other operators get played that we haven't seen so far, such as the Denari. It's nice to see all these traps come out, and the IQ will be able to counter that with her nades and seeing where they are.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that there isn't any sort of thought, because especially Destroyer last round he played the F2, so it's interesting to see Destroyer didn't think, hey, maybe I can play Solid Snake. But definitely interesting to see that. Give us 1 second here. So we have the Denari coming out of Frack. He's setting up, trying to see what he can do. See him just looking around, setting up with the reinforcements. Let's see what he does. I think he just put the Denari on one doorway so far. So kind of different to how we saw Whale Cookie play the Denari, where he just scattered them all across site. So they weren't very useful in terms of doing damage, but they were useful in terms of giving information. Right now, it looks like Frack really uses his to, do some damage when the opponent needs to walk through the doorway. But Frack hears Destroyer destroy that barricade, so he knows exactly where he is. Gonna go. Interesting gun selection. Frack not going for the Scorpion. Let's see what he's doing. Just another heads-up gunfight here from both sides. This definitely been a lot more aggressive play from both of these players.
He just walks through. Oh my god, coming down to the last couple bullets to secure the headshot onto the destroyer.
And Destroyer, like you said, he just walked through it. So definitely interesting to see kind of this much more aggressive gameplay versus what we had from the side.
I like this. I like the fast pace that we have. We're not just sitting here twiddling our thumbs waiting for the countdown to come down to 20 seconds. So we're going to see some fast pace action from both sides.
Yeah, and you see both sides kind of doing what Whale Cookie was doing, which is just like, okay, let me have a little bit of an idea. Where is the defender? Which side of the map is he on? Which site is maybe he in? And then I'll just go and I'll take all the heads-up gunfights. I think I'm more comfortable. So it is going to be interesting because I think both of these players, though, are doing a little bit faster than Whale Cookie. So whoever wins here, it's going to be interesting to see kind of their playstyle versus Whale Cookie. See if maybe in that game, Whale Cookie is more of the warrior type where he is taking more time. Whereas in this game, you know, both of these guys are just real quick, just real, I'm going to push site, I'm going to try and plant, and I'm going to try and take that gunfight then.
How many times do you think we could say Whale Cookie on stream today? I think we're getting pretty close to 50 or so.
That's fair. I mean, he played in one match, and he's going to play in the finals, so we're probably going to have to say his name quite a bit.
I just know he's smiling. Listen to our beautiful voices right now, glazing him.
Frack setting up the drone. Might just be listening. Yeah, it sounds like he's just using this drone to listen in, see if he can maybe see anything. But Destroyer is going to be walking around, so not making quite as much noise. Looking for the drone, trying to see if maybe he can find where that point of entry is going to be for Frack. Oh, just missed the drone. If he had looked a little bit harder, he would have found that. Meanwhile, Frack approaching the building, shooting default cams, taking his time a little bit to see what's going on. Trying to see if we can get maybe something through the drone hole, but not quite. Let's see, Frack going up. He chose Habana, which is one of the first times we've seen Habana, and he has the shotgun.
I like seeing the shotgun. That's a good choice right there.
Yeah, definitely something we don't see all too often. But, you know, on the other side, you have Destroyer with the Boss G. He takes some damage from the SMG-12. And, yeah, Frack, a lot more utility-oriented, right? You got the hard breach with the Habana. You got the shotgun, which can give you a good amount of soft breach. You know, a lot more utility-oriented than we saw either of our players last game, and then we're seeing Destroyer.
I think these are some things that War.PSU could take into account next time when he enters the tournament. Not just bringing the Twitch and the Nomad each time. You know, bringing operators that can really use that util to get it into the building and get the case down.
Yeah, but I mean, Boss G, a very high-risk, high-reward gun. If you hit your shot, you get a lot of damage, but if you don't, then...
Destroyer just peeked, like, even a little bit more. You might be able to see the suppressor on the shotgun. Just hugging around that corner.
As the flash goes out, Destroyer gets flashed. But Frack waiting for Destroyer to kind of push him. Not being as aggressive as he was in these first couple of rounds. Let's see what he's able to do. Another flash going out. Doesn't get Destroyer, though. Destroyer watching to see. I think just really waiting for that Frack plant. He pings, I don't know why. But really, I guess just pinging to himself.
He's letting us know they're there.
Just trying to give the casters a little bit of information on where the attacker is. Yeah, Destroyer just waiting. Ooh, gets right off the... Oh, goes back to the angle. Frack taking his time.
He's got 40 seconds left.
Yep, we've had a bit of a change with the way that the rule set is. You know, obviously we added bans, but then we also added quite a bit of time to the round, and you can definitely see that change when you look at these semifinals matches. They're taking a lot more of their time that they have allotted to them. 20 seconds left. Frack gonna have to start going for plant soon. Destroyer though on the other side.
For the long rotate.
That means Frack's gonna be able to get plant down, and he's really gonna be able to reposition into a good position here. He's gonna be able to take wherever he wants, and he wants this doorway. I mean, that Supernova, not a bad shotgun, but I don't think it's that good either. That I would trust at long range, but
There
never
it is.
mind. I get proven wrong, and Frack getting a kill with the Supernova from long range.
Destroyer just kind of overthinking things. He knew where he was going to come from. Like, and he didn't really need to over rotate over towards towards Med's side. He could have just stayed in gallery or stayed in the server room. So kind of a blunder on his play, honestly, with time ticking down.
Going to be interesting to see if we see Solid Snake banned out here or maybe like an IQ. I wonder what's going to happen. Let's see. Bans are coming in. As we see Solid Snake be banned out and Azami. So, again, this is what I thought the default bans are going to be, and we see it immediately from this Destroyer Frat game is Dokkaebi, Deimos, and Solid Snake. You deny those operators that give you very easy access to intel about where that defender is.
Oh, I love the Echo pick. This is such a great pick to pull out
And
here.
he's got the Supernova suppressor.
Those
Yet
Echo
again.
cams, you have the ability to take outside as well through the doorways and the drone holes. So if he wanted to, he could get cheeky and, get those cams out really quickly just to see where Destroyer's coming from and, go for a run out off that information.
I think you do see some of Destroyer's competitive background where you see him like trying to save this camera and like not really, because what you saw from Whale Cookie, what you saw from Warrior was they're just going to set it up in sight so that they can check it later, whereas Destroyer's trying to save his camera so he has it for later. But in a 1v1, I don't know how much you need both drones, right? Like you might be able to have more valuable drone just by getting the intel first and then maybe saving the drone later. But Destroyer going to be able to take both of his drones now.
I'd like to see Amaru next round. I want to see someone just enter that building, guns a-blazing, and just getting in there.
I mean, I was surprised a little bit that I didn't see any Amaru on Border because, Border is definitely a map where, you Amaru into sandwich window and then you have, you're kind of on site very quickly.
This
Frack,
Echo is
though,
playing
I
very,
don't
very
think-
close on the ops door right here. I don't think Destroyer knows.
Oh, but he knows now.
Oh
and
my, he
Frack
still
gets a
loses
kill
it.
anyway. And this Supernova really being Frack's gun, and he's able to get the kill onto Destroyer. And Frack going up 3-2. It's going to be match point for the
Like
match.
what did I call in the beginning, Gupta? A nice 4-2 from Frack, all right? I'd like to see it happen.
Let's see.
I bet the entire house on this, so if I lose this bet, we're going to have to shut down production real soon.
All right. As it is now 3-2 up for Frack. Again, Deimos ban, individual ban. And again, I mean, similar bans, though. Instead of the Solid Snake, you see the Twitch ban for Frack. So, I mean, again, we're having similar bans where you want to ban out the easy operators, the operators that give you a lot of information for basically no cost. But now we see the Lion, who is someone we saw, last game as well. Very useful, because once you know where your opponent is, which again is a big if you know where your opponent is, but if you know where they are, you can kind of keep them right there. It's good either for planting the bomb, you want to keep your opponent right where they are, or if you're trying to have a heads up gunfight, it's good for doing that. But Destroyer bringing out the smoke, which is interesting. I think just kind of reading that Frack is really going for these bomb plants, and especially the kind of angles Destroyer has had. If he had had a smoke grenade for those, then he could have just thrown the smoke, and then even though he can't see Frack, he knows exactly where Frack is, and he's able to get a lot of damage onto Frack.
It also gives him the ability to make his rotates and different angles onto the map. So it's nice having that full set of utility to open up the map as you like.
It does give him that ability. I don't think he's used it because I see everything is.
I think that's more of him just trying to hide smoke from everyone. And it doesn't even matter. He gets 4-2'd by the shotgun on Lion.
And Frack just very aggressive, and 4-2 from the side
You know,
of Frack.
as Destroyer would once tell us that we should be getting on cams, I'd like to offer that advice back to him going into map 2.
All right, that's map 1 for the side of Frack. All right, map 2 is gonna be. So Destroyer started that last one out there.
What's our next map, Gupta?
Map 2 is gonna be Chalet. Destroyer, Frack. And they are both ready. I just want to check something real quick. Okay. I don't know what happened here. for some reason that overlay wasn't quite working. So let's get that up and let's get this updated as Frack takes his first map. We're going to update that. And we are going to start the game. Now Frack starting on attack this time. Let's see what he's able to do on Chalet. Like we saw, last game, Lair was kind of the outlier. It was much different than the rest of the games went. So let's see if that holds true for this game, or if Lair is kind of telling us what's to come.
Yep.
Any score predictions? You got the last one, right?
I think this can be a little bit closer. Actually, I don't know. I think it's a 50-50 on either side who takes this. Destroyer has been playing this map since he was a child, so it's a very default map. So I don't. Oh my! There's the Amaru right off the bat from Frack. I'm expecting to see a big window rush through the top floor and just shotgun Destroyer from the start.
I mean, yeah, I do. Hey, we've seen how Frack plays. I am expecting that shotgun on the Amaru. And I'm expecting him to play fast, right? That's what he's been doing so far today. And really, let's see what Destroyer is going to do on the Vigil. Vigil, again, he's playing it. He's thinking Deimos. He's thinking Solid Snake. So he's really playing it thinking of util. I don't know if he's playing it thinking of how quick Frack's going to be. And especially with how everything is going. Let's see what he does. Frack though, setting up. He puts his drone right outside Master on the solar side. Might be doing the solar instead of the Master. But let's see.
He might just be flying in through solar here. If he doesn't see the Vigil scanner or Vigil himself, he might just fly
on
in.
Cam though.
Ooh.
If he misses it. Oh no, he saw that. He's gonna see the solar side take, but I don't know if he saw that was an Amaru. Amaru is quite far away, and Amaru doesn't have as many distinctive features. So I don't know if he saw that was an Amaru. And
come on, let's see some hatch.
Down West Main, a Destroyer. He had the vert prepped. A very common vert for West Main, and just able to see Frack.
That's ridiculous.
Frack stopping at just the wrong time.
I didn't think his old eyes could see that far.
Looks like our game is bugging out a little bit here. Give me 1 second. I don't know what's going on. Oh. Okay, looks like that is just on our end. That's a bit of a interesting production issue. But either way, Destroyer taking the first round, and that's interesting. Well, Destroyer decided not to ban anything. I don't know if he was...
Dude, the no ban, I respect it.
I don't know what's going on, but he decided not to ban anything, which means he'll let Frack play any operator he wants. Meanwhile, Frack banning out the Deimos. Let's see what happens. Banning out the Dokkaebi and Destroyer bringing the Deimos. Let's see what goes on here. Frack bringing the mute. That's going to be pretty interesting, especially with the Deimos. If the Deimos track goes off, then he can step into the mute, not get tracked. And if he's in the mute to begin with, then that means you can't even start the track, which, again, can, especially if you're playing Deimos, you're expecting to track your opponent, can be a little bit annoying when you're trying to start that track. Trying to get this pre-placed, and, we saw Warrior do this a lot, and like I talked last time with Nate, it's like, sure, you might be able to get that pre-placed kill, but if you don't get that pre-placed kill, that means you've just wasted one of the limited pieces of utility that you have.
Well, Destroyer's
also
on the Amaru.
I think we were focused on that mute. We didn't realize Destroyer changed to the Amaru.
I've never seen this man play this operator in my life.
Destroyer, I think, getting inspired by Frack. Let's see what he does on the Amaru. I mean, again, if he goes for like a Master Rush here, he'll have Bomb Sight for free and he can get plant down. Just depends on how aggressive he is. And again, he takes a very aggressive operator, but I don't know if he's going to be aggressive with the operator necessarily. Let's see. See what he sets up for. Switching drones. Let's see what he can do. Using Amaru just to get
great usage of his grappling hook right there
to the trophy window a little bit quicker than he would otherwise. And he flashes himself. But that gives Frack plenty of information, plenty of time to react to how Destroyer is pushing. Let's see what happens. Frack, though, he knows that Destroyer is pushing Solar. Well aware of that. Destroyer pushing into Master.
Either shotgun's gonna basically one tap the other person, so whoever can just get the first shot off is gonna win this engagement here.
That's 2 shotguns at a bit of a range. Destroyer going for a plant. I think he's gonna be sticking this. Oh no, he baits it!
Oh!
And he's able to get Frack with that, and he's able to win round 2 as Destroyer, using the plant bait to get Frack.
Let's watch the BM Destroyer. All right, you just got smoked on the first map, and we're shooting bodies right now. So let's see you convert the map first before we get too excited.
All right, let's see these next set of bans. Amaru playing an interestingly large amount of the role here.
I'd like to see it stay. Please don't ban it.
Let's see what Destroyer does. Is he tired of that Amaru? Does he want to get that off the board, or is he okay with it? He gets a Twitch off the board, something Freck hasn't played yet. And honestly, if I'm bringing an F2, I'm bringing Solid Snake. I'm not bringing Twitch.
I'd like to see Hal get on the Echo, maybe bring some other forms of util.
Yeah, and I mean, even Frack last game, he brought Lion. He didn't bring the 417, so interesting ban of Twitch. I'm wondering if Deimos is, if Destroyer is bringing some sort of traps, but no, it's smoke. So not even something that Twitch would be able to counter. But we go on to this game's defense. Something we did not see previously in our last game. Let's see how this goes. Destroyer setting up. Again, like you said, that shotgun allowing him to do as much remodeling as he needs to. Frack on the Deimos. He's going to have to scan Destroyer himself because there's no util that he can ping. Talked about this last time as well. I think Frack got that off. As Destroyer, just looking at the setup, trying to set it up to his liking. It's going to be interesting. I assume that with the smoke, he's probably going to be playing more on site, especially with the setup that he currently has. But we'll see. Destroyer just taking a look. And he probably saw the Deimos, again, versus Amaru. Deimos has a lot more visible features, a lot more, even if it's far away, you can tell that a Deimos is a Deimos. Whereas Amaru, especially if you're not used to looking at her, which, if you're playing a lot of comp, you're not used to seeing the Amaru as much, you're not able to tell that as much. Frack trying to drone it out. I see where Destroyer might be.
This is a good pick for the smoke here on Barring Games. There's just a lot of chokeholds on this site, so being able to use those smokes just to delay Frack from entering the building. Frack can make some vert, but smoke has the ability to kind of tuck away in certain locations. So I like the pick from the smoke here, and especially the site.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like he's doing right now. See the vert, but Destroyer going all the way down to the basement. I don't think Frack knows that Destroyer is in the basement. I think he thinks he's in bar, whereas he's definitely not in bar. But
he's just gonna hit site.
Yeah, that means he can hit site. He has site control now. And now he takes out the shotgun, brings the nade to make sure that Destroyer doesn't go near him, but that's not enough time. As Frack takes out the shotgun and gets the kill onto Destroyer. Destroyer getting caught out with the smoke babe in
It looked
hand.
like Destroyer was just getting ready for softball later tonight, just getting that first pitch out, feeling himself.
Yeah, we know Destroyer has a softball game later tonight, so might be thinking more of that than thinking what he's doing right here. But let's see if Destroyer decides to ban something this time.
I don't think so.
Let's see.
Oh,
he does decide to ban the Vigil as the Deimos gets banned. And so let's see. Let's see what Destroyer is going to play now. Capcan being brought from Frack. That's a good idea. I mean,
with some insider knowledge, Capkins don't really work on Destroyer, but however, Frost Mats are a great choice to catch him.
Oh, actually, Frack going to be bringing the Scopos.
And Hal's back onto the Amaru as well.
It's interesting that Frack brings the Scopos. Actually, I think it's interesting that we haven't seen more of this because again, Scopos allows you to have one Scopos that is near sight, and then one Scopos where you're trying to fight this guy, and then if you're too far off site, then you can just switch onto the Scopos on site and then try and do that.
I think it's an interesting choice that Scopos went with the proxies rather than the impacts to make those rotate. So we'll see if that comes back to bite him. But in response, he'll be able to gain info immediately hearing the beepers go off.
Yeah, that's interesting. But Scopos now with the redesign has the old has the same ability as the Aruni punch, so you can definitely make rotates and stuff. So let's see, Scopos getting very aggressive here with his Scopos. So, but Destroyer gonna be able to see that there's one Scopos in trophy. Meanwhile, Frack getting aggressive, trying to keep Destroyer on his toes. Frack gets the one drone. Destroyer still with one in pocket. He's approaching the building carefully. Now again, if Destroyer goes into solar, this is going to catch Frack off guard. He's not looking at it at all.
I was going to say maybe he just goes up the basement hatch into trophy, but I think now he's just reconsidering his options.
Putting down his drone, his Destroyer. I mean, he knows that the Scopos shield is over there. So he knows that, hey, if Scopos comes back, then he'll be over there. Or maybe this is, right now, he's able to take a free kill onto the other Scopos. Because, again, even if it's inactive, you're still able to kill it. Very great use of the Amaru yet again.
Oh, but the Scopos is downstairs now in dining.
Yeah.
He's rotated back downstairs.
Now, again, that means that this exoskeleton that Frack is on right now is the only one that he has, but...
Oh! He just gets randomly wall-banged.
Frack just pre-firing, just shooting, because he knows that, hey, Destroyer is somewhere in trophy. He would have get the kill. And,
very
Frack
unfortunate. Very unfortunate Destroyer has a large hitbox, unfortunately.
It's been interesting to see Destroyer run the Amaru, because he's used both Amaru charges to just go in trophy window from horizontally and just be a little bit quicker on that. Even like that last time, it looked like more so he was just like, oh yeah, I have this gadget, and he decided to use it more than he thought about it. And now we get the Deimos ban and the Azami ban. So let's see how this goes. Destroyer trying to see what he can do here. Picks up the smoke yet again. And the Solid Snake comes out of Frack. So we'll see that F2 on the Solid Snake. We won't see it on Twitch, but we'll definitely see it on Snake. And like I said, when Destroyer banned Twitch, I was like, hey, if I want to bring the F2, I'm going to bring it on Snake. I'm not going to bring it on Twitch.
Yep.
So we'll see how this goes. Destroyer back upstairs onto the second floor bomb site. Let's see what he does. Some rotates. It's interesting now that he's bringing the mute instead of the smoke, but it is going to be useful. Again, just like for Deimos, mute useful for the Solid Snake because he's going to be able to hide in those radiuses of the mute jammer. Now, obviously, you'll still know that, hey, there's someone within the radius of that mute jammer, but you won't know exactly where. And those radius, the mute jammer radius, as you can see, one being placed down now, is rather large, especially when you're taking a 1v1.
I'd like to just bring up Destroyer's skin combo that he has, as Nathan or Kunzi referenced yesterday when we were watching the games. Maybe put some more time and effort in, making your skins look great.
And Frack, though, has switched off of Solid Snake onto, another counter intel operator. Especially now that Destroyer is looking more at cams, and Frack knows that Destroyer is looking more at cams. He is now able, with his ability, to slide past those cams and make it so that Destroyer doesn't know exactly where he is, but he doesn't put that utility on as he walks past the solar cam, which means that Destroyer knows exactly where he is. Destroyer getting ready with his SMG-11. Frack with a shotgun, though, long range. He's shown to be very adept at using that shotgun, so let's see how it goes. The nade goes out, pushes Destroyer out a little bit. Destroyer trying to see what he can do. Frack, meanwhile, has taken master control, which means now he has the control to plant if he wants to, or even just bait out the plant. Let's see. Destroyer looking for bathroom. Frack just holding his angle.
Still has a C4 in pocket if he needs to drop down, go underneath, and go for the C4 throw, or even throw it over the cabinet.
Baits out the defuse, but I don't know if Destroyer heard that, because Destroyer did not move at all off that information. Destroyer might get caught out here. Let's see what happens. I mean, if Frack is able to just turn the corner here, he will get the easy kill onto Destroyer. And Destroyer looks around, though. Destroyer going the other way. Now Destroyer looking the right way. And Frack just barely missing it. As you said, rips a C4. Scares Frack off a little bit. Sees Frack, not able to get the shot, though. Frack in the mute jammer. Let's see what he's going to do. In bathroom now, Destroyer just with that shotgun. Again, he's not smoke, so he can't smoke out Frack. He has a C4, but that's about as much utility as Destroyer has left in his pocket. And this round really not like
Probably
this
been
game.
the most boring round we've had in this series so far.
Yeah, it's really not like this game, but it's been a long round. Destroyer looking for the shotgun, and 30 seconds left. We saw this plenty in the last game. Oh!
He just tagged him with the shotgun from bathroom.
Destroyer tagging him. And we saw this happen a lot last game, but we haven't seen it a lot this game, as Frack's going to start to get timed out.
Oh,
And Destroyer is
gosh.
able to get the kill onto Frack, and he goes up 3-2 and onto map point.
Yeah, I had enough time to finish my taxes during this round. This is just taking forever. The complete opposite of what we've seen so far in these first two maps of just pure excitement.
All right, let's see what happens with these last bans now. All right. Interesting to see who's going to be banned out last. Let's see. I'd probably Solid Snake if I had to guess from Frack. He's going to ban out that Solid Snake. Oh, no, it's a no ban from Frack, so kind of mirroring the no ban from
Gentleman's
Destroyer.
agreement.
One no ban each. And Destroyer, though, bans out the Azami. And Destroyer picking the Amaru once again. I don't know if it's just the SMG-11. Is there anyone? Is that the only SMG-11 on attack? Can't remember quite as much. That might be the only SMG-11 on attack, if I remember.
Potentially, yeah. Oh, he
Yep.
switches to the sledge.
Oh, switches the sledge. Never mind. Frack bringing his trusty shotgun. And with the Echo drones, going to be able to get a lot of information out of these. Trusty suppressed supernova from Frack. Sets up the shield, which again, yet another advantage of Echo. You have a shield. Interesting
That's
shield
definitely the first time that shield's ever been placed there in the history of R6.
placement. Destroyer has the information.
You should have a pair of nades too to get rid of that shield if the Echo were to play there. But it looks like he's making a lot of vert for office.
I highly doubt that he's going to be playing behind that shield, but might try to bait out that he's playing behind that shield. Something like that. Has Destroyer going to be outside. Going to look to see what he can get. Destroyer walking up. Going for a quick take here. And unless Frack gets on this... Oh, he's on the vert now. He's just going to need the information on exactly where Destroyer is coming from. Where he has it now. He's going to wait for Destroyer to get part of the plant down. He's going to echo him off so that Destroyer does not have the information on him. Destroyer just looking around, trying to see, hey, you just shot me with an echo cam, means that he's probably close by. He's probably, trying to bait this out. Meanwhile,
he really
Frack
just
is
needs
playing on
to
vert.
get rid of these cameras, or like right now where he's going to have to just go upstairs and challenge this immediately because he's just going to continuously get stunned by the yokai drones.
Destroyer not aware of where that yokai drone is, so he's going to keep on getting stunned. Interesting that he doesn't know where that yokai drone
Doesn't
is.
turn around at all.
Yeah,
We're already
but
down
he's
to
looking
90
at the ceiling
seconds.
now with the drone.
Tell
see if
this
he
man to
tur-
turn around, please.
Let's see if that drone turns around. Oh, he found one of them. not the one he's been getting shot by, but he did find one of them. Now just looking at the ceiling, but yet
Oh
again,
my
another
gosh.
yokai drone. But
Oh,
it
it
doesn't
missed!
hit him. It doesn't hit him, and that drone is not going to be that
What a
useful
blunder.
as the... And now, Hal, going to be playing from Trophy, going to see what he can do. Now 2 shotguns, 1v1. Destroyer
Oh!
gets the kill, and that is map 2, won by Destroyer in a 4-2 fashion. Alright, Destroyer takes map 2, and that gives us onto a 1-1 scoreline. Alright, let's see how this sets up. Do you need your computer? Alright, so next map is going to be Fortress, and I am joined here once again by Nate, as At the Beach had to run to his Penn State PUBG game, so be on the lookout. Penn State also playing in a PUBG tournament right now, or will be at 2 o'clock, so be on the lookout for that result as well. Just supporting all of the esports here at Penn State. And Nate's been watching from production. So thoughts on the game so far?
Yeah, very interesting between both players using nothing but shotguns. A really unlucky round for Frack there at the end. The Echo just barely out of reach to stop Destroyer from planning, but it's been fun to see a little change in pace. It's different because you've got shotguns. You got to be up close and personal no matter what. So yeah, just been fun to watch. And again, a lot of head holes being made and just shooting through walls. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about having to be close because they've been getting some
Yeah.
long-range shotgun kills.
My
so.
shotguns don't do that. I'll say that.
Alright, we're just waiting for both of our guys here to be ready. Let's see. Just waiting just a second.
Oh, it's bugged.
Alright, looks like we are bugged. So give us just a second. We will be right back in a minute. after a brief technical pause, we are back, and we are back here with map 3 of Fortress. And let's see how this goes.
Gonna be a fun one here. A map I don't see shotguns being too useful for because there's a lot of long sightways on this map that can be punished. So we'll see how they play it out. But I feel like you should see a little more AR gameplay from both of these players here.
Yeah, and in our last match between Whale Cookie and Warrior, we saw this be a very close map. Warrior taking this 4-3, and honestly, I would imagine the same thing here. You know, both of these guys, Destroyer took map 2 4-2, and Frack took map 1 4-2. So it's been a lot closer, and I expect this map to probably be the closest so far. As we see Vigil and Dokkaebi banned, so both of those 707 operators are off the board. As Destroyer puts stop Asian hate, as you know, both South Koreans are off the board.
Yeah, hoping to see a really competitive match. I think back to yesterday's last match where it was just an absolute stomping by Warrior. So hopefully, already a little more competitive than last time. So
Yeah.
let's see a fun one here.
We see Destroyer bringing out the Deimos, trying to get a track onto, or at least a scan onto Frack, as he's definitely going to be able to do that. Let's see how this goes. Frack looking to see if maybe he can get something. You know, this Oryx can be very useful, especially if he pops some of these hatches and he's able to come back up. But Frack being aggressive. Trying to go out. Might be going new tower.
Wow.
And the Oryx, well, he is useful for that as well. But he just drops and trying to bait a Destroyer into thinking that he is new tower.
Oryx, a character I just always forget about in ranked. You know, you think you're safe, then he just hops up a hatch and it's game over from there. Your entire team is gone, so.
Destroyer trying to figure out where Frack is. Frack, meanwhile, back down on the same floor. I don't think Destroyer expected that. So he's just going to keep on going and clearing out what he was clearing out before. Shooting default cams, getting closer to site. Destroyer trying to see what he can do. Gets his drone down to get some more information. Frack on the doorway. Destroyer trying to push up. Throws a drone down. A nade down. Now he's going to track. Let's see what he's able to get. Nade out, but he gets pushed, and Frack is able to win that one. Gets caught out a little bit with the nade in hand. But more so, Destroyer just not expecting it as much.
A lot of movement all around the map with that Oryx. Just a underrated piece of util. You can really be one place and then another place in the span of 2 seconds.
Yeah. And now let's see what the bans are on this side of the map. Destroyed banning out Deimos and the Vigil ban. So again, similar bans. Just switch the Dokkaebi for Deimos, and Frack hitting him with the stop Deimos hate. As Deimos getting banned out, Destroyer doesn't want to deal with that tracking from the Deimos. Frack gonna bring a different tracking operator though in the Jackal.
Jackal, an operator that's kind of lost to time. Still has some of the strongest guns in the game, but there's so many other trackers in this game that most people opt just to not use them over the other options they have.
Yeah, and like we do expect to probably see the Jackal be more mainstream once he gets his nades on Tuesday. So I mean, I would expect him to be seen a lot more after that. But as of right now, without the nades, it is a little bit harder to justify Jackal in the traditional 5v5 siege. But in 1v1s, Jackal's pretty easy to justify. You get a track onto your opponent. And so that's going to be the best. But Destroyer has one of the best pieces of counter util against Jackal, and that is being a mute.
That is, and Destroyer missing the drone there, but yeah, Jackal, one of the strongest operators by himself. He has some of the best primaries in the game, as I said, a pocket shotgun as well for versatility. And now once he's getting those nades, he's almost a one-man army.
Yeah, I mean, really is interesting to see what's going on here. Frack setting up here. Gonna go up the ladder. Now, you know, one of the parts of this fortress change that this is now outside where Frack is. So that means he can't really counter it as great. But Destroyer over there, trying to see what he can do. And while Frack on drone should see Destroyer. Yeah, Frack sees Destroyer on drone. Means Frack can now take into sight.
Gonna be working this
Destroyer?
bedroom angle.
Watching. Not seeing anything just yet. Ooh, as Frack just goes directly under Destroyer's crosshair. Destroyer trying to see what he can do. Frack deciding not to use his utility quite yet. Let's see. Destroyer just walking past Frack's drone, and you know the fact that Frack has his drone means that he'll have the ability. And Destroyer puts down a mute jammer because I think he saw that Frack is that Jackal, so puts down a mute jammer to make sure that Frack can't track him. Frack just looking. Minute 30 left. He has the diffuser, so he can start plant when he wants to. And just as I say that, he fakes out the plant, trying to get Destroyer to jump. Let's see. Frack just holding, as Destroyer also just holding, waiting, each of them waiting for the sound cue from the other.
Ooh, saw him on that
Destroyer?
quick peek there.
Definitely knows where he is now. That quick peek giving him a lot of information. Ooh, Destroyer does a lot of damage, but just not enough to end the round quite yet. And as long as you have 1 HP, especially in a 1v1, you can always win it. Frack throwing out a drone, but gets mute jammered. Shoots mute jammer. Might be able to get on the drone, but again, now we're getting down to 40 seconds. We're taking a lot of this time off the board. See what Frack's able to do. Frack droning out. Oh, and he saw Destroyer there, so he knows where he is. Destroyer tries to throw out the C4, not able to get the kill there. Destroyer knows where Frack is with the shotgun, or sorry, with the SMG-11 now. Looking to see if he can get the kill. Ooh, and Frack is able to get the kill at the end of the day, and that's round 2.
Hopping up on that bed. A great thing in Siege is that you can be very unpredictable with your movement. You can be prone on the floor, you can be on top of a bed, just as we've seen in Frack. Just the many nuances in this game we've got to be aware of.
Yeah, and Frack now up 2-0, so definitely going to be feeling good about that.
For sure, for sure. Getting a few steps closer to that $150 prize. Whoever wins this got to go through Whale Cookie, the victor of the last 1v1 match, but whatever happens, sure to be a very fun series.
Alright, let's see what happens here. So, Mira and Demo span means that that tracking that Destroyer was using last time, that's going to go off the board, and Mira is going to go off the board. That's interesting. Frack bringing the Rook, while Destroyer brings the Twitch, or at least that's what he's picked so far. Let's see. Rook is an interesting one because, you know, you will have those Rook plates for yourself, but usually Rook is more for like everyone kind of operator. It's definitely interesting that we see the Rook instead of the Dock. Really, if I wanted to bring the util that Rook has, I would probably bring the Dock and not the Rook.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I guess, I mean, the impacts.
You do have impacts. I mean, you have the secondary shotgun on Dock, but it's not a great shotgun, right? It's not a really big one. Looks like Destroyer is going to be staying on that. Oh, just as I say that, he switches off to the Nomad. As let's see what he is going to do in terms of pushing the site. Destroyer just outside, seeing what he can do. Droning through bathroom. I don't know if he knows exactly. He should know where site is. I'm pretty sure he droned that out. So, yep, just droning up the stairs. Trying to make sure all that stuff is clear before he takes up the stairs. Meanwhile, Frack being on cams. Trying to figure out where he's coming from, and he can hear Destroyer on that cam. So he knows that Destroyer is pushing. Yep, and now he knows that Destroyer is Nomad. So he's going to be well aware as Destroyer pushes up main stairs. Now, Destroyer gonna look to see if he can find Frack quickly here. Drones in, finds Frack. Frack's going to readjust his positioning. Meanwhile, Destroyer just putting down that Nomad charge so that when he's droning, Frack cannot come and push him. Again, what we've seen happen quite a bit. Destroyer lining up that util.
Oh, my.
Just misses it a little bit. That's interesting because nowadays, previously I'd be like, okay, maybe you weren't able to get that flash lined up quite as much. Oh, and Frack is able to get the kill.
On a quick little off angle there. Like you said, How does have the indicator of where the flashbang's going, so just unfortunate that he wasn't able to line it up there. But Frack taking a commanding 3-0 lead on Fortress here.
And Frack looking to close this out. 4-0, show that, like, hey, he's on top. And he's winning this.
Most
See what
definitely.
happens. All right. Let's see how this happens. See what bans are. It's going to be interesting to see, what people decide to ban. And it's going to be Mute. Frack denying Destroyer that Mute that he has brought so often. Again, very interesting to see that because Mute probably not the best ban in terms of just pure 1v1, but it goes back to what we were talking about last map, which is like, hey, just take them off their comfort ops and then you can make them play guns that maybe they aren't as comfortable on.
Indeed. However, the M59 on almost every operator now, especially this Warden, you've seen it, and couple that with the SMG-12, possibly, well, what many people regard as the best gun in the game. Is
Yeah, I mean, you're just switching out the SMG-11 for the SMG-12, really. And then Destroyer bringing the Warden also means that, hey, if Frack were to bring any sort of flashes, which he really won't be on the knock, but if he were to, he would be able to counter that. And he still has a C4. Really,
Yes.
the kit's the same. You just do an 11 to a 12, and that's the only difference.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Frack, droning it out, he's going to be bringing that knock. Again, like we said earlier, bringing the knock to make sure that Destroyer, he's been using his cams a lot. Make sure that, hey, you can't be seen on cam. And like Destroyer's been doing these past couple of rounds, just sitting in one corner to try and make sure he can't be droned out. And then after that, starting to move once the action phase has started. Frack, getting up the stairs. Destroyer, if he knows what cams are what, he should know that destroyed cam is Old Tower, but I don't know if he's played Fortress enough to know which cams are which, and especially with the new Fortress, right? Even if you knew with the old Fortress which cams are what, you don't know with the new Fortress which cams are which.
Definitely not, but safest bet is what he's doing right there, just staying in sight, waiting for him to make a move.
Yep. And you can kind of see Destroyer not knowing exactly where Frack is. He's just going to play sight, play the objective. At the end of the day, Frack has to plant in the next 2 minutes or Destroyer wins the game. So, Frack, though, let's see. Getting his util down. Now Destroyer's going to know that he is in the bathroom. Destroyer, looking to see what he can do. Well, I think he's thinking that Frack is going to push around. Again, we've kind of come back to the stalemate that we were in earlier, which is like, hey, the Frack's in bathroom, Destroyer is in the other site, in A site, in Commander, and let's see what happens. Another nade goes out from Frack as he starts the plant. Gets off the plant, though. Frack pre-fires, just gets a ding of damage onto Destroyer. But Frack, especially since there's no bathroom rotate, should be able to take a lot of area here. There's no way for Destroyer to get back to Commander outside of that doorway or the rotate. So Frack could really push up. Frack pushing up. It doesn't really look like Destroyer. Destroyer thinks that Frack is on the other side of the map. He thinks that Frack is coming from those stairs, but Frack decides to use this instead to plant. But gets off plant as he hears Destroyer run forward. Destroyer just waiting with the shotgun in hand, and as we get down to 45 seconds. Let's see. Frack taking a look. Destroyer might have to aggress here. Destroyer going. Gets a 10. Just another nick of damage, and he is able to get the kill with the SMG-12.
Wow. A very indecisive round from Frack there. I felt like he took so much space. He had so much opportunity, and just to lose like that? I mean, come on now. I hate when you see him walk into both sites. He had both bathroom, then walked into command and just unable to capitalize on anything. That's something I've noticed with Frag. He does not want to plant the bomb. I feel like every time he hears a footstep coming towards him, no matter how close he is to planting, he's getting off because he wants to take that fight.
Yeah, I think Frack might benefit from a little bit of that whale cookie mentality where it's just like, all right, I'm going to get bombed down and then I'll take the gunfight. Because there's definitely some places they could have gone those gunfights. But Frack with another no ban. And it's been interesting to see, like, you know, these third bans, especially Frack. Both of his no bans have been on the third ban. So it's been like, hey, I know what 2 operators I don't want to play against. And then after that, I don't really have a specific one. So it's definitely been interesting. And Destroyer going to be bringing the Twitch and that F2. Again, interesting that he's bringing the F2 on Twitch and not on Solid Snake, but we'll see how that goes. And again, the Twitch won't really be able to use anything with their Twitch drones, so it's really just for those guns. Might be for the smoke a little bit, but I think mostly for the guns.
Definitely mostly for the guns. Just a fun gun to use and a very satisfying gun to use. I don't blame him.
Let's see. Frack setting up, similar to setup to what he had earlier. Let's see what he's able to do. Frack. Let's see. One Kiva barrier over here. The other one should be high. Oh. Don't know where the other one deployed. Oh, yep, there it deployed. And now he's going to create kind of this one way, as you can see here, that he can peek through. Meanwhile, Frack just going to be on there. Let's see what he can do. Destroyer gonna go old tower. Start to make his way into sight. Into the map, sorry. Finds Frack. Knows that Frack is just right there. Deploys his other drone. And Frack shoots it. I mean, he sees Frack's shoulder over there. Frack is able to shoot it. That means that Destroyer now only has his 2 Twitch drones, which, I mean, again, that's another advantage to Twitch is that you have extra drones, right? So if you find yourself running out of drones so easily, you can bring like a Twitch or a Brava, something like that, and you just have extra drones to use. Destroyer, I don't know exactly what he's doing here. It might just be waiting Frack out, trying to make Frack think that he might be coming from some other place when he's just like sitting there. Yeah, and you can see Frack not as confident now that Destroyer is going to come from here. So this is interesting. Interesting plays from Destroyer. I mean, again, this entire time, though, that he's trying this trick play, that means time's going off the board. Luckily, he has more time than Frack has really had. But, you know, he's got 1:30, so let's see what he does here.
That is a big advantage of playing on Fortress. It's such a massive map. You can really enter from one side of the map, and everybody on this side has no idea where you are, but he's not doing that. He's just biding his time, hoping that just Frack thinks that, okay, he's gone. I gotta go play site or something, but
Destroyer starts moving now, finally. But Frack is very ready for it. And he's able to get the kill anyway. And after all of that timing, all of that trying to trick Frack, Destroyer still ends up losing the round as Frack wins this map.
just patience being showcased there. Not moving from his position. Maybe you could call it a little questionable, but hey, hindsight's 2020, and we're only here for the results.
All right, Frack goes up 2-1, and there's some production things that need to be sorted out, so we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back with map 4, which is going to be Clubhouse.
Yeah, all for you.
right, we are back in game now with map 4 of Clubhouse between Frack and Destroyer. Just for anyone that's joining us, Frack is up 2-1 in terms of maps, and whoever wins this is the semifinals. Whoever wins this goes on to face Whale Cookie in the finals.
Definitely going to be a fun one here. Could be the last match we are seeing from this series. It's been a very interesting series so far. A couple of drone mishaps, couple of shotguns being thrown each other's way, but all in all, been fun to watch. Very excited for the finals taking place here very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting...
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
As we see, sorry, ones. Oh. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of production changes. So Destroyer on mute is going to be back on.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And Frack can be playing the Aurora, which is a useful op here, and it'll make it so that you can simplify sections. Let's see, 1 second. Destroyer going to be looking to get some of that destruction out of the way, and then Frack meanwhile coming from main side. And Frack, seeing that the CC wall is not reinforced, means that Destroyer is also going to be able to shoot back. Destroyer just hanging back behind this bomb chassis. He's going to see what he can do. Alright, looks like Destroyer getting ready to see if he can fight Frack. Pulls out the shotgun. Frack got one that's Aurora, but Destroyer able to get the other Aurora with the C4. Destroyer still has all 4 mute jammers in pocket, so not really using those, but just using the shotgun and SMG-11 combination. Frack got another one, and Frack baits out Destroyer and wins the first round.
Destroyer trying to catch him off guard, going through the door that's deployed, but Frack expected it. I think the FOV is also different.
Sorry, we switched accounts here, so we're just trying to make sure that everything is correct. Alright, as Frack banning out the Dokkaebi and Destroyer bringing out the Vigil means, once again, both of our 707 operators are gone. Pretty standard bans. Again, at the beginning of a map, you don't know what's going to be really good, what's going to be really bad, so you'll just do standard bans, and then we'll go from there. Destroyer.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
But Frack bringing the Rooney. I think this is like one of the first times we've seen a Rooney. Obviously, in that Whale Cookie Warrior game, Rooney was banned every time off rip.
Instant.
But in this game, Rooney really hasn't been banned that much. But this is the first time we've seen them. Frack showing more of a liking for their shotguns than the DMRs, but picking up Aruni and choosing to use the DMR to his advantage. Meanwhile, Destroyer is going to be on this Deimos, so we're going to see Aruni's DMR versus Deimos and his tracking abilities. Let's see if he is able to come out on top here. Aruni putting down all of her utility. Destroyer, going to see what he can do. I mean, he did ping out the Rooney, so he has that information, so he will be able to track her. George getting up. Let's see if he might be able to crack first round in the pocket. And again, Frack is up 2-1, so if he wins that, that's the end of the game. So that's the end of the game for Destroyer, and Frack will upset as a 4 seed versus Destroyer's number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So, see how it goes.
If you can get this barricade open. right. Here we
Destroyer
go.
not able to open up the barricade, taking quite a few bullets to even attempt it. But again, using 2 shotgun shells for that hatch. Destroyer just showing a little bit of his rustiness, a little bit of showing that maybe he's played this game for a long time, but he hasn't really played a lot of this game recently. So, Frack on camera to figure out where Destroyer is coming from. Destroyer, meanwhile, is droning out. And as he gets in, Frack sees the nade. Nade doesn't get the Aruni gate though, so Aruni gate is still up, but it does get the barbed wire. Another nade goes through for the Aruni gate. Without really any utility left, just gonna be trying to take a gunfight against Frack. Frack comes around, whiffs a couple shots, gives Destroyer at least a bit of a time to take a breath, realign, and see if he can't go back. Now again, this is where not having those nades anymore comes in handy, like comes into clutch for Frack, because you know that Destroyer cannot nade the drone hole. Destroyer going prone. Drone hole. Or see what he can do. And Destroyer, still with the shotgun, he is able to get round 2. Evens it up 1-1.
Yeah, even with those troubles with the shotgun, trying to get that window open, so proved useful when Frack swings him there. Right behind you.
Alright, let's see what the next bans are. Deimos, Vigil. The next set of bans are going to be Dokkaebi and Mute. Again, interesting ban from Destroyer, banning out the Dokkaebi, but you know the Mute ban makes sense. Destroyer been running a lot of Mute, take him off his comfort op, and we see Frack with the Lion now.
And we did just see Destroyer use that M59 shotgun to take the lights out on Frack there, so
Yeah, let's
not
see
a bad
what
ban at
Destroyer
all.
decides to pick here. He picks up the Azami as oh, looks like Destroyer switches over to the Solus. So gonna be the Solus.
Attackers
gonna
need to
be able
locate and
see
defuse as many
drones,
bombs as they can.
Gonna be able to see any util. I think in this case, really, he's only gonna be able to see if Frack is on drone. There's not really much util that's electronic that Frack is bringing that Destroyer could see. Kind of the Lion drone is just a big drone in the sky, so not
Bomb
something you can
located
really
by
count on.
attackers.
well, looks like he's bringing the shotgun as well, so I would expect to see a lot of lounge and stock gameplay here from Destroyer. Very good anti-plant denial.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, looks like Destroyer
Attacker's
set up.
objective is to defuse a bomb.
He's making his rotation now. Frack switching off the Lion onto the Striker. Again, one of the newer operators. Well, not newer operator because Recruit's always been in the game, but like with the rework, one of the newer reworks. And it means he has a lot of utility. Again, he has these can openers, which means he can get hard creatures, he can get through the walls, and he has nades, which means that he can use those to try and get Destroyer out of position. So let's see how he decides to use this. Frack. The other hard breach gadget. Replace both Destroyer, just playing top red. Let's see if maybe Frack goes one way or the other. Frack gonna be using his drone, trying to figure out where they are. Where is Destroyer? Destroyer should know this, but it is reinforced off, which means Frack has to come up these red stairs. Come this way. Destroyer, trying to see if he can find anything. He heard the garage take, so maybe a little bit wary about someone being garage. Destroyer found the cam on his drone, able to destroy it, and Frack red stairs, just throwing out the nades, making sure no one's top red, so that he can push up and take a lot of room. Meanwhile, Destroyer be looking to get a kill, and he is able to get a kill on Frack. He goes up 2.
Yep, the swing out there from Destroyer, just getting that kill Red Hall. Both nades being expended from Frack there, and both the cans being used. Guess who just opened up for Phantom Pressure? Did not want to push off of those cans, which they are kind of a death trap if you're walking right into a shotgun from a small hole.
Alright, let's see what the updated bans, or the next set of bans are. Looks like it is Azami and Deimos. Again, just getting that Deimos off the board means that, you know, you can't really track each other as much. And Azami ban just means that, you know, those kind of interesting angles that Azami is able to create, you kind of get those off the board, and Frack is instead choosing to bring Denari, and we see something that we didn't see in the last match, which is a Grim, right?
Attackers need to
Grim was
locate
banned
and
out against
defuse
Whale
bombs.
City because he's known for his Grim play, but not quite as much for Destroyer, so let's see how he's able to utilize this Grim.
Yeah, Grim having some of the easiest utility to use and one of the best guns in the game. It's a no-brainer to pick
Bomb
this
located
operator
by
in most
attackers.
1v1 situations. You've got the Bailiff as well for extra utility. EMPs are going to be very useful of how Destroyer brings them against these Denari, so he can fast push without taking any damage. But
Let's see where these Denaris go down. Frack just starting to place down his Denaris. Trying a little bit on these stairs, a little bit of a trap. Got 3 more left. Let's see how he decides to start. Frack missing Destroyer's drone, which was over here. There we go. Sorry about that. Destroyer's drone, which was over here somewhere. Exactly where. But Frack setting up his hallway over the shield. See what he's able to do. Destroyer going secret. Gonna be looking to push the blue. Let's see. Destroyer just looking to drone a little bit more. Nope. Looks like it was in church. Dropping blue hatches Destroyer, and that's very aggressive. Frack had to have heard that. Now looking to see if he can maybe get a pre-fire onto Destroyer. Destroyer walking through the Denari, but into his smoke means that it's not as easy for Frack to look at him. Destroyer gets a little bit of damage from that Denari, but not able to do much more than that. Not a multiple rotate. That kind of catches Frack off guard. Destroyer had a good chance to plant, but he doesn't end up planting. And Destroyer takes round 4 and goes up 3-1.
great push there by Destroyer. I mean, dropping that hatch. I don't know if he meant to smoke the floor or meant to hit the Denari with the smoke, but either way, still worked out in his favor. Frack unable to convert onto the Denari ping being heard.
Alright, let's see how this goes. Now, again, Destroyer just 1 round away from bringing this back to a 2-2. Jackal and Smoke Ban. Interesting. Smoke Ban, I mean, again, taking out that M549, like you said, and taking out that SMG-11. So let's see what Destroyer brings here on defense. Meanwhile, Frack is going to be on the attack. He's going to bring in Amaru, probably with the shotgun like we've seen him do so far. And Solus coming out again from Destroyer.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Let's see what happens here. Destroyer trying to bring this back to 2 maps to 2 maps.
Seems like the name of the game has just been shotguns, shotguns, shotguns. Entire series.
And you know, a lot of people run the P90, not running the P90, running the shotgun for his primary, and running the SMG-11. So again, Smoke Ban, Mute Ban, as well as the SMG-11. Let's see, Frack, just looking, just has his drone outside, trying to see what he can do. Again, on the Amaru, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have camo. But I don't.
Flashing.
Yeah, so, yep, he's bringing flashes. So no can openers means he won't be able to get that CC wall open. Whatever reinforcements the Destroyer does here are going to be basically permanent. Let's see what the not exactly a hatch I can think of that would be great to Amaru up. Yeah, no specific place that I can think like, oh, I would just Amaru up here. One place might be like construction. You could Amaru up construction like that. That's kind of what Frack is setting up to do. Looks like maybe here. So just trying to get a grasp onto what's going on. And while Destroyer, trying to see if you can find where Frack is. You know, especially when Frack is on those drones, he's visible to the Solus. So we're gonna try and see what he can find. He's able to get the drone, so Frack out of drone. He goes up construction. And Destroyer hearing that, gonna know that the attacker is in construction. Frack jumping out, jumps back in. Now he's out CC, but seeing that reinforcement that barricade not open means that I don't think he's gonna think too much about that. And he brings out the shotgun. Oh, never mind. SMG-11. Gonna try and take this construction site. CC window. Meanwhile, Destroyer just SMG-11 in hand, looking to see what he can get. Not really, you know, those Solus glasses not really useful anymore. No more drones, no more intel that he can gather from that. So just a heads-up gunfight between the two of these guys. Flash goes out. Destroyer does not get flashed. Maybe another flash going out from Frack. Let's see. Yet another one, but doesn't get over yet again. And Destroyer is able to get the kill and take map 4. That will do 2-2.
What the heck?
Sorry. Having some production issues. Alright. Let's see what is up here. 1 second.
What the hell?
What is going on?
This is on game display, don't worry, so it won't show your screen.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Might be just a little bit of issues we're having here, but
No, don't do that. It's gonna put it on here.
this is
Yeah, that's the Dell.
okay. Looks like we got do it for a second for some reason. Alright. I think Destroyer I know Destroyer had to leave. So
That's weird.
let me just double check with Destroyer. I think Destroyer had to leave. He has a softball, like we mentioned before, he has a softball game. So, I think he's going to have to forfeit this 5th match. And it's going to have to be, Frack versus Whale Cookie in this last one. Let me just figure this out real quick. Alright, we'll go to the be right back soon real quick. And we will figure this out and be back.
Yo, low key, you guys need to get a new turn the song down in the be right back screen. Just a little bit. It's loud.
happened is that Destroyer has a softball game today, and so obviously he was planning on playing in the first game, ends up playing in the second game, and that means that Frack is going to get the win off of forfeit. And, it was a close game. Frack definitely could have won that, just basically off his gun skill. But he's going to get the win off forfeit, and our finals is going to be Frack versus Whale Cookie.
Very interesting matchup. Frack, I haven't seen much from him, but I have played ranked a couple times with him. Seeing in that 1v1 as well, seems like he's a bit... he's pretty cautious, a little indecisive, some might say, at certain times. And Whale Cookie obviously sees the gap, takes the gap regardless. So it'll be really fun to see these guys attack. Defense, I believe they both play the same way, kind of just waiting out the opponent make the mistake. So, yeah, it'll be a fun one to watch for sure.
Yep, and we'll be back in a little bit with the finals. I think, we've been having, there's been some things going on in the background, so production's been a little bit all over the place. But hopefully we'll have this all sorted out for the finals, and we'll be back with that soon. not quite the winner's interview that is on the title, but we are just going to be looking back at the bracket. Now going into the finals, we can see the last two semifinal games that we just watched, where Frack, he won off of the forfeit of the last round, but a very close game between Frack and Destroyer. And Whale Cookie, he was able to win 3-2 against War, and particularly we saw a 2-0 comeback. War was up 2-0, and then Whale Cookie able to win the next 3 maps. So Whale Cookie able to come back, and you know, both of these matches very close, and I'm excited to see a very interesting match, a very interesting grand final here for Whale Cookie versus Frack. What about you, Nate?
Yeah, I think these are very interesting playstyles from the both of them. I'm not too sure what we're going to see. They had a lot of discussion about their favorite guns, a lot of account tracks going on, banning shotguns, banning DMRs. So a lot of these, both of these players are looking to not be on their comfort operators. I think that is the most fun you can see in a 1v1 because they have to adapt. They have to adjust no matter what. But, hey, it's going to be a fun game. Let's go ahead and go see it. We've got Oregon.
Yeah, we got Oregon up first. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially, like, now that we're over here, we're at the finals. Now they are just one match win away from that $150 cash prize. And so they are definitely going to be, taking that into account. And they're going to be playing a very interesting map as we boot into Oregon. All right, looks like our guys are good to go here. So we're going to start the match out. Oregon, out of the pool that we had, Oregon was the first pick for Frack. So, probably a little bit more comfortable on Oregon. And so let's see how this goes.
Hoping to see a variety of takes during this game. Remember the first Oregon game we had, it was nothing but master side take. So hopefully maybe we can have some people come through attic, maybe through white stairs. Something a little different. Just switch it up.
Yeah, and we see the Deimos and Aruni ban kind of Whale Cookie banning Deimos away from Frack, but he's kind of used to banning the Deimos away, especially those last 3 maps when he came back against Warrior. He was banning out the Deimos, and the Aruni
Attackers
just
need to locate and
DMR
defuse as many bombs as they can.
That DMR is just very powerful, so it is just something you want off the board. But Frack is bringing the Solid Snake, so not able to bring the Deimos, but able to bring something that he's able to track Whale Cookie off of. Whale Cookie, in return, bringing the Fenrir. Someone we've seen him, especially today, and Warrior. We saw him very good on this. Sorry about that. I think the stream is a little loud. All right. Okay, so we just adjusted the volume. Hopefully that should be a little bit better. Frack switching off of the Snake, but I was going to say still with an F2, but Frack deciding to bring the DMR on Twitch means that he is over here with the 417. Let's see. Twitch, a good counter to the Fenrir, though, as he will be able to adjust that. Frack missing the jump up, that little hop up. Not going to be too big of an issue, but, just something that wastes a little bit of time. But both of these, as we've seen in the previous games, both of these guys have been very aggressive with time. They've not really let it go down to time. Frack a little bit late in the game against Destroyer let it go down to time, but not really letting it go down to time too much, so it shouldn't be too much of a worry. Frack droning it out first with this regular drone, then he'll go back in with the Twitch drone so that he can shoot out any Fenrir gadgets that are on the doors. Whale Cookie, it's on the inside of the door, so Whale Cookie just trying to see if he can maybe shoot a drone. And he's able to get the other Twitch drone, which means that all of Whale Cookie's items are going to still be up. All of his Fenrirs. You should hear Frack inside here. Frack, though, none of the Whale Cookie's here. Whale Cookie taking the gunfight. Gonna try and pre-fire, but Frack's already in trophy. And Frack going inside sight. Whale Cookie knows this. Gets on cam, and that BP gonna give Whale Cookie a lot of information. Ooh, and Whale Cookie is able to get the kill on Frack, who's just kind of standing in the middle of the hallway, hoping to catch Whale Cookie out, but he gets caught out himself.
Yeah, just again,
that is the difference between Frack and Real Cookie. I think Frack had a lot of room to work with there. Maybe a little afraid to swing out after the Fenrir, but a little questionable decision running into Attic there. I think the game's play there was maybe a little safer, but hey, I'm not playing in the tournament, so.
All right, the Gridlock banned out. We saw a lot of Gridlock played from Whale Cookie, but the reason he was playing Gridlock last time was because the Grim was banned. Now, Frack did not ban the Grim, so let's see how this goes. Whale Cookie going to be able to play his favorite operator on attack, Grim. Let's see what he's able to do. Meanwhile, Frack picking the
Attackers
Vigil.
need to
I mean,
locate
if
and
you're not going to
defuse
ban the
bomb.
Grim, a Vigil is a very good way to counter that, right?
Perfect
Because
way.
the Grim bees don't work on the Vigil, so
The amount of times I've came up on a flank because there were only bees there and I was playing Vigil, hundreds and hundreds of times, so direct counter to it.
Whale Cookie's drone just watching Frack. Or not. It's just watching the corner. Okay. Frack doesn't
Oh,
see
come
the
on
drone
now.
though.
Come on now. Up.
And he sees the drone. Whale Cookie switching from Grim to Grim. So interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Interesting switch there. But Whale Cookie's staying on the Grim. I think he knows that Frack is playing Vigil, but you know, that's still wanting to play the Grim, because you know, aside from utility, like we've been talking this entire time, you also have your guns. So if it's a gun that you really like, then that's one that you're gonna keep with. So Whale Cookie, looking up from Junkyard, Frack, trying to see if you can get information on where Whale Cookie is coming from. Should be getting information any second now. Now, Whale Cookie shot out that cam, but that should let Frack know exactly where Whale Cookie is coming from. Whale Cookie, going big window.
Hey, this is what I asked for. A little change in pushes. Just try something different than Master Bedroom. I feel like everybody's seen it hundreds and hundreds of times, and it's such a coin flip. Try to move things in your favor instead of just taking that one.
Whale Cookie droning Frack out. Obviously, Frack, with his ability, going to be able to evade that. Oh,
Oh, wow.
we're not using his ability, so Whale Cookie knows where he is.
Wow.
And Frack able to get the kill with the Boss G as he evens it out 1-all.
See, I think Whale Cookie was expecting Frack to chill out after that drone, but no, I mean, you make that much noise, someone's prone to swing you.
Alright, it's 1-all. Let's see what gets banned out here. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Whale Cookie's going to ban out something like an Amaru. I mean, that wouldn't be too out of place, especially, you know, if you're not going basement, then banning out something like Amaru is interesting. Looks like Fenrir is banned and Dokubi. And again, Whale Cookie going back upstairs. Frack bringing a Maverick this time. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he switches over to something like an Amaru, because you have that kid's hatch, and if the defender is not too worried about the kid's hatch, you can definitely just like pop up through this hatch, and you know, you have a shotgun and you can get kills. And Frack has shown that he's very good at getting kills with that shotgun.
Indeed, indeed.
See Whale Cookie placing down his traps. Frack located objective. I don't know if he knows what operator Whale Cookie is quite yet though. Opting to keep his drone alive versus figuring out what operator Whale Cookie is. 7 seconds left on the prep phase. Whale Cookie just reinforcing the trophy. Just trying to reinforce the last little bits of sight that he wants. Frack off the drone now, so still not seeing Whale Cookie, who is like right in front of his drone. He deploys all 4 of his gadgets, but I think, yeah, he's going to take 1 back just to keep in pocket. Never mind. He's just going to deploy Master, lining it up, you know, with the new system where you can see exactly where it's going to go. It's, you know, you can line it up much easier.
Much easier.
Frack going big tower. And, really, Whale Cookie with no information, because, you know, although Frack did not destroy default, you know, he was able to not destroy default, not destroy something that would be able to be looked. So Whale Cookie just has no information, but he will have information as soon as Frack drops down. Whale Cookie will know exactly where Frack is. So Frack trying to take advantage of that fact that Whale Cookie has no information. Yep, and like I said,
Nate
Soon as
goes
he
out.
down- Ooh.
Operators, you have run out of
What?
time.
And it's a trade as Whale Cookie wins just by being on defense. As that's how trades go in Siege. It's defense until the bomb gets planted, at which point it becomes an attacker win, if that's when the trade happens. But Whale Cookie winning a round off of the trade.
Yeah, doing just what he needed to do. It's all time technically. If nobody's alive on the map, then the bombs are gonna go off. So.
Yeah, and Vigil and Solid Snake banned. You know, Frack did. Sorry, that's interesting, because Solid Snake ban means that Whale Cookie gets to keep
Attackers need to
playing
locate
Grim.
and defuse as
And
many
you know,
bombs
that's
as they
again,
can.
like we said earlier, that is an operator that Whale Cookie has really liked to play. I mean, he lost the last round that he was playing Grim, but especially with the Vigil ban, that means that Grim's ability gets very much more powerful. But you do see Frack bringing a Jaeger, and again, I think it's just to counter the Grim coming out of Whale Cookie, because you can catch those Grim bees with an ADS.
Yeah, definitely a smart and thought out decision. We haven't seen many direct counters to a lot of operators. I mean, I think the most we can say is bringing a mute to stop tracks, but besides that, a lot of them are just going with, hey, I can shoot this gun, or hey, I can track this guy with this, so.
Yeah, and I mean, Jaeger's gun's not bad. Frack might just be thinking about Jaeger's gun, and just like, you know, the ability to counter is just an added positive. Let's see, Whale Cookie going into the basement. So Frack, he was trying to get some sort of spawn peek, not able to do that. But Whale Cookie coming up big tower. Does he know that Frack is like close? He might even honestly pre-fire Frack.
Oh,
But Frack is able to actually get the shots off onto Whale Cookie. And Whale Cookie, I think, just not realizing exactly where Frack was, as Frack is able to even it out, 2-2. And as much as Warrior was banning out the Grim against Whale Cookie not looking that great on the Grim.
No, 2 rounds lost. He finally gets to play him, and
Yeah, like when he initially popped open, you know, attic, you might be worried that someone's attic. You can pop. You have 5 Bs and it's a 1v1. You can pop one of those Bs right there, and he would have known. He would have known the Frack is right there on those pallets, right in front of him.
or at least droned after you made the holes. I mean, you're already making a lot of noise shooting open that wall, so guys, a guy can walk up on you like that. I mean, Frack was already there, but even so, could walk up on you on those pallets and just take you out just like that.
And Solid Snake and his zombie band. Again, back to those standard bands that I thought we would see, which is Solid Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi. Those are the 3 easiest intel ops onto the defender.
Attackers need to locate
So,
and defuse bombs.
it's been interesting that we haven't seen any basement site, right? No one's been going downstairs to try and counter. You know, if you are downstairs, then you have this freezer and main side, but if you put holes into this wall, you can kind of make that one way, and then the other way would just kind of be this back side. And so, you know, it's definitely something where you can counter it as a defender, but it looks like people are more attuned with this upstairs bomb.
Yeah, sort of the default side. I mean, I love seeing basement because most of the time the attacker wants to push from bunker, and you just get to see a bunch of shots flying out of each other. Who's gonna land a free fire first? That kind of thing. But hey, if everybody loves this site, then who am I to say to stop playing it?
Yeah. Alright, looks like he is deploying all the Thorn gadgets, Whale Cookie. He has actually one in pocket, so he's going to keep one. Oh, and I think Whale Cookie just saw Frack on the cam there. Frack with not the DMR or the Type 89, but the Supernova. Using his utility now with Frack. Thorn gadget goes out, you can hear it stick, and Frack would have also been able to hear that. Means that he knows that there's a Thorn gadget somewhere close to his right. And now Frack looking for the Supernova, trying to see what he can do. Looking close at games. Ooh! Gets a lot of damage onto Whale Cookie, just not quite enough. Now he's gonna go kids. Frack might be going for some sort of plant here. I don't think there's a rotate
Don't
next
believe
to
there
kids,
is.
which means that he can just plant on the bomb there, and that's gonna force Whale Cookie on low HP to push him.
Hey, a single pellet's gonna take him out here. A great position taken here by Frack. Maybe he won't expect him being on the floor, He barely even has to land a bullet. He just got to sneeze at the guy to take him out and secure this round.
Yeah, and you know, Frack gonna be able to go back up, and especially without the rotate there, Whale Cookie really has to consider that someone might be on the bomb. He's gonna try and quick peek with the knife and try and see what he can do. Doesn't see anything close. He's gonna know that the last guy's B.
Oh my
and he
God!
gets the kill anyway. And with just over 6 seconds left for defuse, he gets the win. And like I said earlier, 1 HP is all you need to win a 1v1.
It truly
And,
is.
Whale Cookie showing that off.
When you're hitting shots like that, yeah, there's no need for it. Yeah, that's all you need. 1 HP. There's no need for anything else. I cannot believe he was able to convert that. I understood Frack's positioning there. Maybe in hindsight you want to play that safer, but I wouldn't also expect him to just pre-fire me like that on the floor. But
Yeah, I mean, he was making a good amount of noise because he was moving around on the floor. Like, if you're prone and you're just standing there, you're just sitting there, you don't make a lot of noise. But when you're prone, you make the most amount of noise when you move. So you're prone, you're moving, you're gonna make a good amount of noise. And yeah,
Most
Whale
definitely.
Cookie. I mean, again, if Frack wasn't prone, then Whale Cookie probably would have died there because
definitely.
he would have gotten a shot on the foot, but he would have died to the gun. And Grim still not banned out by Frack means that Whale Cookie gets to play this a 3rd time. And looks like Frack just really not worried about Whale Cookie's Grim.
Attackers need to locate
Sure,
and
he's
defuse
heard
as
so
many
much
bombs
about
as they
this
can.
Grim, but he hasn't really seen any of it.
Definitely not seen much. No reason to ban it if it's not scaring you. This is kind of Whale Cookie's strategy when he saw the demos coming out from Old Warrior. So let's see. Well, is it an ego thing or is he really just not worried about it?
Attackers
Whale
have
Cookie
discovered the
droning
location
in.
of a bomb.
See if Frack's able to find this drone. He is, and so Frack will destroy the drone. Now the Legion mines are going to be great because it's a lot of information on where the attackers are pushing from. Now Whale Cookie is spawning Junkyard this time, so should be a lot of information here. And this spawn peak might actually work. Oh, interesting.
Right
It was
on.
looking like he was like setting up for some sort of spawn peak. Oh, never mind. I see what he's doing. He's trying to make it so that Whale Cookie would shoot that window and he could jump out of this window. But Frack, realizing that Whale Cookie has come in a different way. Let's see. It's gonna be interesting, especially since it's prep.
Ooh,
Ooh, and he just goes up white. Seconds later, and he might be able to have jumped out onto Whale Cookie. Now Whale Cookie going up to big window. See what he's able to do.
I think I've seen this show before. Oh, shoots open the window himself this time.
Placing the Claymore on the window probably means that he's planning to not necessarily play on that window. Yep. He's not going to play on the window quite yet. He's just putting the Claymore so that Frack cannot run out on him. Now, Frack shoots a drone from top white. Whale Cookie finally using his bees. Let's see how effective this is. For top white, he's not going to find anything. Now again, he's banned out the vigil, so he knows that it's not a vigil that could be hiding within those bees. So Cookie, gonna go to a different part of the map. Go to the angry window. Try and see what he might find. That's out another set of bees.
Gotta be
Find
careful this
anything.
white window as Frack. Ooh, Frack not opting to pre-fire there, but definitely hears him jumping in.
Ooh, Frack knowing exactly where Whale Cookie's gonna come from, but Whale Cookie able to get the kill on a Frack.
And that will be map 1 secured for Whale Cookie, taking a 1-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, Whale Cookie able to pick up map 1-4-2 means that he is able to take the early lead in this series.
Yeah, something we didn't see in his last series, so hopefully he can keep it rolling and it doesn't spell disaster, just like the last lead in his last series.
Like we call it. Fuck you, pussy. Fuck you, shit. GG.
Alright, looks like both of them are ready, so let's get into our second map. right, Whale Cookie going to be attacking on Fortress. This is one of those maps that both of these guys have just played in their previous maps. So, you know, Frack gonna have watched how Whale Cookie played on stream, and then Whale Cookie similarly gonna have watched how Frack played on stream, and so they're gonna try and, you know, pull out some new tricks, especially because that was just the last map that Frack played before Oregon was Fortress. So, you know, Whale Cookie gonna be knowledgeable about exactly how Frack likes to play that, the Azami, all of that stuff. Frack banning out the Gridlock, and Whale Cookie banning out the Vigil. But again, Vigil ban first, I think, just kind of speaks to he doesn't want anyone to
Defenders,
be within
protect
those
your bombs
Bs, especially
from being
because he
defused by
likes
attackers.
playing the Grim. He just doesn't want to be surprised. He wants to be able to trust his gadget.
Yeah, definitely want to see Frack here get a little more aggressive. We almost saw it last round. Almost had the jump out on Whale Cookie, but opted not to go for it. Would have secured him another round, making it into overtime, but I think he also on attack needs to adopt a little bit more of the Whale Cookie style. Not to toot his horn here, but there's so many times where Frack just has sight, is able to do something, and kind of panics a bit. Seems unsure of himself, and then leads to him not being able to close out the round, even with the bomb down like last time.
Yep, and Whale Cookie opting to bring this Maverick, something we saw work very well against Warrior.
I'm gonna have to steal that camera. I don't know if you saw that drone, but I'm gonna have to steal that.
Yeah, no, that was a great drone. And we saw kind of the Maverick worked very well. You know, you just Maverick open that main window, and he was able to just walk in. And Warrior had no idea last time. Frack,
None.
though, looking to see what he can do. Heard the stuff Old Tower. Whale Cookie jumping down. Frack's gonna hear that. Whale Cookie, though, again, it's one of those things when you're playing on stream, you know that your opponent now does know about where you've been playing, how you've been playing.
Definitely hearing the Maverick Torch go out. He has impact in hand. Let's see if he goes for the jump out here.
Whale Cookie, it's gonna take some time for him to like 180. Frack taking a second.
Like I said, I want him to be aggressive
Just a bit
here.
of a standstill.
Somebody do something!
Oh, yeah, so he's very well aware of it.
Oh, he expects to jump out. Free Fires doesn't jump out, however. Nade coming out from the Maverick. Maybe it was a little
Keeps Frack
telegraph
at
between both
bay.
of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both came to a standstill. They both understood what each other were doing and decided to try and counter that. Well, Cookie, though, opening it up. Gonna open up a couple extra holes just so Frack doesn't know exactly where he's coming from. Exactly where he might peek. Look as well, Cookie. Frack on a bit of an odd
Little angle there.
Not an angle that many people would expect, and Whale Cookie. But he's gonna drone it out,
Unable
so
to
he's gonna
see
see
it.
Frack.
Oh, the
and Frack just
pre-fire.
pre-firing is able to get the kill. And yeah, I mean, like we said, both of these guys played on stream last time, so they both know each other's tendencies on this map.
They do. They definitely studied up on that. Not going to let what happened to Warrior happen to him, because just an absolute blunder to let him take the site like that. But he knows now. Hey, got to be ready for this Maverick stuff. A little scary.
Alright, let's see what bans come out. It's the Deimos and the Aruni. So I think a little bit more what we were expecting to see. The bans. Banning the tracking, banning both the Aruni gates, but also that DMR.
Definitely that DMR. Very scary in the right hands, and I think Whale Cookie is no exception to that rule.
Yep, and we see the Thorn come out, someone that Whale Cookie really liked to play. And Frack playing the Dokkaebi.
Attackers need to
Let's
locate
go.
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Alright, we're going back to Hammam here. Whale Cookie really liked this bomb site. When it was playing between Whale Cookie and Warrior, they were really mostly playing this bomb site. So, it was interesting that last round Frack decided to go upstairs. But I think Whale Cookie probably choosing this bomb site most of the time.
I find this site very interesting for a defender because I feel like there's so many opportunities for an attacker just to blindside you. They can take through the bathroom wall. Oh, sees the drone. Misses. Misses again. Misses again.
I think having a little fun here, Frack and Whale Cookie. You know, this is a tournament, but you know they can have a little bit of fun.
Still all in good faith.
Whale Cookie finally dispatching of the drone, and that means Frack is finally gonna get a move on.
Yeah, as I said, you can just jump through that window right there into the hammam, or go through the bathroom wall. You could even just walk through a cannon, but there's just so many places for this to be just blindsided from if you're too focused on one side of the map.
Yep. Well, Cookie just checking default cams and see what information he can get. I think he hears the drone, so trying to see what happened. All right. Well.
Letting the full animation play. Another pet peeve of mine. Running into the cross of Whale Cookie, however.
Well, Cookie. He's got his phone ringing, so Frack definitely knows where he is. Trying to flash him, doesn't get Whale Cookie though. Just pre-firing, shooting through the wall, hoping to get some sort of like lucky headshot. Let's see. Cookie holding a bit of a cross. Meanwhile, Frack, not exactly sure where Whale Cookie is.
Nice
Flashes
flash.
himself, and that's his second flash, which means that Frack only has one call left. Let's see. Looks like he is using that call right now. And Whale Cookie getting spotted by Frack. Knows he's behind this pillar.
Pre-fire is going out.
Ooh, and Whale Cookie is able to get the kill around the pillar. And even this out, 1-0.
Using those thorn traps to his advantage. Frack, sadly not using the util to his best ability. Having to walk straight into those thorns. It's not a fun time for him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of heads-up gunfights here. You know, not as much utility kills as we saw, obviously, in that Destroyer versus Frack game. We saw a lot more utility being played out. Now we're seeing a lot more gunfights, and now the Grim gets banned. Frack saying, hey, I think I'm good on the Grim. Don't need to see what's up with that. Meanwhile, Whale Cookie banning on the Aruni. Again, no DMR. Not letting Frack have that. Let's see what operators are picked here. And looks like Ella and Nomad.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
No matter
by
pick I never
attackers.
really expect to see from Whale Cookie, but it's been seems like his go-to for today. Seen it a lot against Warrior, and now now being first picked against Frack here.
Yeah, I mean, Nomad still, you know, it's a good pick if you're playing someone who can be aggressive. Frack
Attackers have located a bomb.
is able to get the drone. It's a good pick if, you know, you're trying to be kind of aggressive and you're trying to make sure that the defender isn't going to get right behind you because maybe you misdrone something and they've appeared behind
10
you.
seconds left.
Whale Cookie bringing the Thermite.
Wow.
So really, you know, he was bringing the Maverick beforehand. Now he's bringing the Thermite. He's like, okay, I don't need to like silently open up breach. I can just open up big, loud, make sure that the breach is open. You know, taking a couple shots, but getting default cam. Whale Cookie. Frack trying to catch Whale Cookie off guard. You know, he just walked into that, but Whale Cookie is coming from the other direction, not coming for that. Really, that wall at all. Let's see. Interesting that Whale Cookie picked Thermite and then he's coming this direction. I wonder what his plan is. 'Cause I don't think any of that bathroom triple wall is reinforced. The bathroom into briefing wall. So, but he might be. Oh, looks like he is going to the side of the map here. Frack does have that little hole. Is he gonna peek it? Not quite. Ooh. Frack tries to pre-fire, but not able to get Whale Cookie. He's tucked in at that area. Whale Cookie trying to see if maybe he can catch Frack off. Frack thinking that Whale Cookie is still on the breach, but Whale Cookie trying to go around, trying to, you know, use that breach as some sort of decoy. And he's got to find Frack. That's exactly where Frack is. now, when Will Cookie puts this down, or when he breaches, he's gonna know for a fact Frack is that Will Cookie's over there. Will Cookie definitely knows where Frack is, and Frack knows where Will. Ooh, and he walks into the view of the drone hole just after he shoots the drone. So you'd have to imagine that he knows that there's a drone hole there, but not cognizant about the fact that those bullets could also come through that drone hole, not just drones. And Will Cookie gets another attacking round.
That might be the first time I've seen a kill as a result of that drone hole right there. I feel like I'm a little upset if I'm Frack, because I know the drone's there. I just shot it, and for some reason I decide to still stand there and accept my defeat.
Alright, let's see what the bans are here. Gridlock ban and a Fenrir ban. Let's see what Frack decides to bring on this attack. Yep. Fenrir ban, Will Cookie's still just going to bring his Thorn. Frack bringing the Amaru.
Oh, wow.
Means that
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
might see
defused
some
by
sort of
attackers.
fast play here, if I had to guess.
Not much room for that on a site like this, however.
Yeah, I mean, Hammam sitting room. Again, like we talked about earlier, Amaru doesn't have those can openers, so you can't even open up into sitting room. So maybe you're just going for like a quick Hammam play. Not exactly sure exactly what's going on.
Attackers have discovered
Obviously,
the
we
location
saw
of
this
a bomb.
hatch be used quite a bit in the Whale Cookie versus Warrior match. We haven't really seen it. We didn't see it used between Destroyer and Frack,
10
and we
seconds to
haven't
go.
seen it used this map either. So, very interesting. Whale Cookie just putting down his utility. What's going on? Trying to make some holes that he can use later. Meanwhile, Frack, let's see. Maru. Ooh.
Oh.
Realize.
Oh,
wait,
she
no,
does have
he does
cans.
can
Wow. I stand corrected.
So we are corrected on that. Walking into sitting. Oh, never mind. He's walking to music room. That's my bad. He breached into sitting room, but he is in music room right now. So let's see what Whale Cookie's able to do. Puts one of his Thorn gadgets onto that breach, but seems aware he's not on the breach. And Whale Cookie gotta get the kill on the Frack. Just hears him over there in music room, and when he puts that Thorn gadget down, that means Frack just has to cross. Like, he can't stop and peek Whale Cookie. He has to cross, otherwise he's gonna die to the Thorn gadget, which allows Whale Cookie to get an easy kill there.
Definitely cannot. Would rather take the chance of a whiff onto you than the guaranteed Thorn Blast of Doom. So.
Yeah, just kind of hoping that that Whale Cookie would miss there, but not. Whale Cookie still hitting his shots. As Ella and Dokkaebi get banned. Ella, an interesting ban, as we saw Frack just play that last time. So.
Yeah,
Whale
Ella
Cookie?
definitely a very good operator nowadays, especially in this shield meta where there are a lot of shields coming at you. You see a lot of more Ellas keeping their Gersmot in pocket than throwing them out and pre-placing them.
Obviously, in this 1v1 tournament,
Defenders,
the shield
protect your
is
bombs from
banned,
being
so
defused by attackers.
not very useful. But what it is useful for, still, even with shields banned, is a lot of information, right? It's basically acts as a proximity mine. You know, if someone walks there, then you know that they're there. And then also, like you said, if you just keep one in pocket, that means you can throw it and have that person, whenever they peek that angle, you have to get Ella concussed, which allows you a better opportunity to get that kill. Whale Cookie picking up a thermite, but I think he thought that Frack might be going back to the exact same site, which he does not. Frack goes on to the
Attackers
bathroom
have
site.
discovered the location of a
So
bomb.
I would be
10 seconds to
surprised if he
insertion.
sticks a thermite, but let's see. As of right now, Whale Cookie is sticking. Let's see. Yep. Whale Cookie sticks a thermite. Let's see what he does with this. One interesting thing that I might think that you can do with the thermite is get this wall over here. If you go old tower, let's see. But Whale Cookie looks to be going up up this ladder. So again, still getting that same wall that I had pointed out. But if Frack opens up this wall, then that's not really going to allow Whale Cookie that same opportunity. Whale Cookie just pre-firing, just making sure that someone doesn't just kill him off that wall. And again, getting that same wall that I just pointed out. Frack going around. See, I don't know if Whale Cookie knows that Frack is in the hallway here. Might assume that Frack is probably somewhere around bathroom. But he's gonna get the drone. He's just gonna make sure. As Frack pushes up a little bit. Whale Cookie unsure of Frack's exact location. Don't think he knows that Frack is so close. Oh! I think he's just thought about it. And, looking for Frack. No. Obviously, while Frack was staying still, Whale Cookie didn't know, but as soon as Frack moved there, he was well aware of Frack's position. Going for
down
plant,
here.
using it to bait it out. Alright, looks like Frack just seeing that plant be baited twice now. He's just making sure that that plant doesn't go down. Going to bathroom now. Might be sticking this plant. You know, we have seen Whale Cookies start to stick some plants. And he does stick the plant. So, flash goes out. There's another flash hit. Ooh!
Man.
Able to get the tap onto his head as Whale Cookie able to get a kill. He goes up. Oh, sorry. That was 3-1, so that's 4-1. That's map 2 going Whale Cookie's way, and Whale Cookie now up 2-0.
Just putting on an absolute clinic, flash after flash, util after util, headshot after headshot. I mean, what more can you ask from Whale Cookie here? Frack, quite frankly, getting put in a blender of emotions here.
Yeah, and like, I'm not. This is definitely, definitely able to be come back from. Like we just saw actually earlier today, we saw Whale Cookie come back from being down 2-0. So I would not be surprised if Frack comes back. He's shown to be a very good player. So let's see what happens here. All right. Looks like they are ready now as Frack is going to attack on map 3 Consulate. So another map that we have not seen so far.
Yep, and definitely a lot of room for util plays here. I think a lot of this is telegraphed. There's a lot of smoke splashes that you see as a team, but in a 1v1, again, anything can happen, so I hope to see a lot of things that surprise me during these fights.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be interesting. Thorn ban coming out from Frack. Kind of tired of all that Thorn play that Whale Cookie's been doing so far, and that means that Whale Cookie, he's really happy because he gets to play a Rudy. He gets to play that DMR. But hey, Consulate is like one of those maps that I would say, hey, if I
Attackers
need
to locate and defuse
if
the
I have to
bombs
pick
if they can.
Amaru, what map would I want to go on? Consulate. That would be the answer.
Most definitely. Able to take as much space as you can as fast as possible with that setup of the shotgun and the flashes. SMG-11 is not to be scoffed at either. I wonder if Frack is going to play for more of an admin side take here, depending on what he's shown, or if he's just going to go straight through the window, say, screw it, I'm here to win some money, I'm not going down that easy, and bring the fight to Whale Cookie.
Yeah. Whale Cookie setting up. Seeing what he can do.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Oh. Looks like my controller is
5
being
seconds
a
to
little
insertion.
interesting, but Whale Cookie placing down that BP.
Attacker's
Just
objective is
looking
to
if he can get
defuse
some
a bomb.
information. Make some footholds as well. Rotate. Again, you know, Aruni, you don't have a shotgun, so a lot of that destruction is harder, but because you have this punch, that destruction is made a little bit easier without the shotgun. Frack, just looking. Trying to see if he can maybe go up connector. Well, Cookie, though, very well aware that Frack likes to play Amaru. Well, Cookie kind of calling him out. I mean, that was a good pre-fire, right? He was very close to Frack, but not quite able to get any damage on the Frack. Frack looking to see what he can do. Still watching for the Arunis. Frack. Well, Cookie trying to see what he can do. Well, Cookie just trying to see if maybe Frack went a different way. Maybe he's not quite there. Well, Cookie just aware that Frack is probably not coming from the same place. Looks like Frack destroys the Aruni gate. That gives a lot of information for Whale Cookie. He's watching his footholds. Let's see. Making sure that Frack finally spots the drone. Ooh, and he watches Frack go past. And he's able to get the kill. Frack, looking to try and see if he can maybe get a shot back off onto Whale Cookie, but not quite.
Yeah, just so hard to close the space between you and a DMR. Just such a strong gun, and your shotgun can only go so far to deal lethal damage. So, great attempt there by Frack, but ultimately not enough.
All right. Let's see what the bans are here. It's gonna be interesting. Obviously, these guys getting to know each other a little bit more. You know, Frack, not someone who is on the Penn State team, so not someone that Whale Cookie would know as much as he knew about Warrior. So let's see how this goes. All right. Looks like Grim still not banned out as they decide
Attackers need
as
to
Frack
locate
decides
and
to
defuse
ban
as many bombs as
Gridlock
they can.
instead. Means that Grim gonna be brought by Whale Cookie as Frack's gonna bring the Solace. So gonna be interesting to see how these two operators interact. There's
Attackers have
nothing
located a bomb.
special and like nothing specific that the Solace is gonna be able to see, but we'll be able to see where the bees are. So we'll see if how much that allows Frack to have some more extra information. Let's see, Frack just setting up. Alright, Frack. Oh, I think he's trying to get some sort of spawn peek going here. Let's see, Whale Cookie not on that side of the map though. Whale Cookie trying to see what he can get from the admin side. Jump in to Visa. Go up Visa stairs.
And this is his game, man. If he knows no one's on site, doesn't hear anyone on site, this bomb's gonna be down before you know it.
Frack though, he's playing Solace for a reason. If he's down below and he's able to find the planter, he's gonna be able to get the kill. I mean, again though, Solace, you can see that timer running out, and ooh, and
but
now
he
he
sees
sees
it.
Whale Cookie. Sees exactly
Impact
where
out.
Whale Cookie
He's
is.
gonna be able to take some damage, but it's not forcing him off. SMG-11 coming out. Nobody home, taking a bit of damage there, however.
Whale Cookie takes some damage, but now, this is the really great part about being Grim. You get bees to make sure that the opponent, you know when your opponent's going towards it, and you have the timer on your side. So Frack gonna have a hard time here trying to counter it. And he gets shot through connector here, I assume, and he does, as he tries to stick the plant, but Whale Cookie able to get the kill.
Just a bit of expertise shown there from Whale Cookie. I mean, can't do that. Give him all that space. I know he was trying to play under with the impacts, but that's the risk you take with it. If you're on the wrong side of the map and you run out of your gadget, or about to run out of your gadget, there's not much you can do. Then hope that the retake goes well.
Yeah. And we get an Amaru ban, which is interesting from Whale Cookie, but I do definitely understand where he's coming from. And a Rooney ban, just taking away that DMR.
Attackers need to locate
Frack
and defuse
on
as
the
many
Ash,
bombs
something
as
I
they
don't think
can.
we've seen so far.
Let's see. Maybe that change in pace. Ash, obviously. Maybe he's looking to play a little faster. R4C, one of the best guns in the game. Hopefully he can leverage that to his advantage, because he's about to go out 3-0. We need to see a little bit of life here from Frack if he wants to really fight for this 150.
I mean, this is, if he goes up 3-0, that's map and match point. So that would be the end. I mean, not the end, but that would put Frack on a position where he cannot get a single more mistake, where he has to play flawlessly for the rest of the game. So let's see how this goes.
We gotta
Whale
give a round
cookie?
of applause to Gupta for his amazing commentating. You know, we always gotta look at that, you know?
As we have another person joining us behind the desk. Frack,
Sorry, ladies, I was here yesterday.
Frack, looking to see what he can do from below. Might be looking to get some sort of fast play up yellow stairs here. Let's see. Whale cookie, not quite sure. I don't know if he has anything set up for yellow, but yep, looks like he is going to activate that connector, or in that office Fenrir.
What
He is
deadly
aware.
Fenrir to swing off of.
That Fenrir gives Frack's position away. Frack and connector is able to get the Fenrir, but you know, Whale Cookie now well aware of exactly where Frack is. Frack trying to get a kill onto the Fenrir. Trying to see what he can do. Throws a drone out. He sees the Fenrir there, so he knows exactly where he is. Now just a heads-up gunfight. Ooh, big pre-fire. Not able to get the kill, though. Sees Fenrir pushing up now. Frack just waiting for Whale Cookie. Just a heads-up gunfight. Both of them are trying to see if they can bait out each other. Pre-fire goes out. Ooh, and Frack getting into a good position to plant now if he wants to, so that timer not being as big of a deal to him now. Ooh, Whale Cookie does some damage, so does Frack. Both are low. Whale Cookie a little bit lower than Frack. Let's see what they're able to do. Whale Cookie gonna have to push based off this plant, but it's just a bait. Now it's down to Frack. Whale Cookie swinging him. Whale Cookie again. Just they know where each other are, and Frack's able to get the kill. And I do think that Whale Cookie was able to hit with one of his bullets, but as Whale Cookie was a little bit lower, Frack was able to, you know, eat a bullet and then get the kill anyway.
Indeed, showing that aggression. We need that from Frack to stay alive. Put together a couple more rounds like that. We're able to get a good position on site without him knowing. And hey, we might have another game here, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Frack kind of, again, he bans out the Grim, and really just showing what he can do. And, well, Cookie banning out the Aruni, again, banning out that DMR. And so, let's see. Frack gonna be looking to especially just pick up this next round. Once you're on even footing, it starts to feel a little bit more doable, and you don't feel as behind as
Attackers need to locate and
as
defuse
the
bombs.
person who's trying to make their comeback.
Yeah, it feels... the game's so short but so long at the same time. It feels like you're trying your hardest just to hold on to a lead or fight back from a lead. No matter what
Attackers have
position you're
discovered the
in,
location of
you
a
can
bomb.
never feel too comfortable in these four-round series, because the moment you let off the gas, you're going to let up 3 rounds. And that might happen to Whale Cookie here, but Frack avoiding the drone here, reinforcing that suicide wall.
Sees the drone there, is able to shoot it. And, I mean, Alibi is an interesting pick, especially because, you know, the snake isn't banned. So if Whale Cookie had gone for something like a snake, that would have been very useful. So, let's see. Making the same footholds that we saw from Whale Cookie earlier. Just, you know, so yeah, you can peek this hallway. Whale Cookie on the Nomad. I think, again, thinking the Frack is going to play this aggressive play style. And again, if he finds the gap, he can just put down the Nomad charges, and he can get the plant down and make it so that Frack has to attack him. Alright, Whale Cookie just getting a drone, but at the same time, Frack with his default cam, able to see exactly where Whale Cookie is. Whale Cookie, knowing that he has been seen, gonna adjust the sight a little bit. Gonna go admin instead of Visa, or maybe not. Just gonna go on the roof. Gonna take his time crossing the roof just to make sure that Frack doesn't have any information on that. Well, Cookie, just crossing the roof, taking his time. Frack, meanwhile, trying to figure out where he is. Should start to hear him on the roof, and Well Cookie now dropping down yellow. should. Yep. He hears that proxy go off. So Frack, well aware, but he runs into the Nomad charge. And Whale Cookie able to get a kill off of that information.
Just unlucky there, not being able to hear the Nomad there, walking straight into it. I mean, like we said, that's his game. He finds the gap, and he's going to make you pay if you don't contest where he's coming from.
And Whale Cookie up 3-1 means he's on not only map point, but also match point in this best of 5. He wins this next round, and he won the entire match. Let's see.
Definitely a dominant performance being put up by Whale Cookie here. Would love to see Frack try to give it the best he can, but his Ash goes out being banned. Unbelievable pick there by the Whale Cookie there. The one round he gets to win, he bans that operator. Smart, but what's it called? Unforgiving play.
Yeah. As we see the Mira come out from Whale Cookie, someone he played
Defenders,
a lot of
protect your bombs from
on
being
border.
defused by attackers.
Let's see how this goes. Frack with the Ram. Useful for obviously the lower bomb sites, but you know, in this kind of 1v1 when Whale Cookie is going upstairs, it is also useful just, you know, puts out a lot of noise. Ram gadgets make a lot of noise, and that can distract the defender and make it so that they don't exactly know where you're coming from. So, Whale Cookie putting down his mirror windows. Kind of setting up office as the main part of his defense, as both mirror windows are in office pointing outward. So, you know, if Frack is able to get office control, those two mirror windows are going to be to his benefit. Because they're pointed out towards the rest of the map. Let's see how this goes. Frack trying to see what he can do.
Bringing the Ram onto this site a little. Is he below? Or is he? No, he's above.
He's up
so.
close. And like I said, it's gonna be for the noise. Really, the amount of noise Ram makes. Oh, and he knows that Ram is out there. On
Oh, is he
drone.
gonna win off of a jump out? No!
Frack droning in the wrong position without shooting default cam means that he is gonna lose. And Whale Cookie is gonna win $150 from this match.
Wow, wow, wow. Would love to say a great effort given by both competitors here. Sadly, Frack unable to pick up a map, but still very talented players going at it in this finals. So fun to watch.
All right, we will be right back with an interview with our winner, Whale Cookie. Sorry. We are here with Whale Cookie, who is the winner of this game. And first of all, how do you feel about winning the tournament? You know, you had a lot of games that you played, and some of them were pretty close, some of them not so much. So how do you feel overall about this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly lost a few games, and there's rounds where, you know, I made mistakes. but I think the rounds that you lose teach you more than the rounds that you win. So I think I've learned a lot from this. And honestly, it felt inevitable that I would be the one winning at the end because I played the most. I played ones against Joe and Warrior as well as against Trev. So I was practicing, putting in the hours, and so it checked out for me at the end.
Yeah, really fun stuff from you. The Mira picks, I feel like everywhere we rarely ever see you pick Mira. Was this kind of a I'm feeling it kind of day, or was it just, you know what, I know this op and I'm gonna play it and we just don't know about it?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a Vector Demon, so I figured I could rely on the gun in the 1v1s, and then, the utils, it's a one-way, it's a window. Why would I not want to use that?
So can you let us know what happened on Clubhouse Basement? Letting him run past you to get into Armory, was that like a decision like, oh, he doesn't have enough time, he has to plant, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to force him into despair, Once he had to force the plant, and then I shot him in the head as he was planting, I knew that would chalk his mental for the rest of the games.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I mean, throughout the tournament, you have kind of like leveled up. Like the first game that you had against Trev, I know you went down, and then you came back, and then even earlier today against Warrior, you went down 0-2, and then you came back, and then this time you're kind of like, I'm done coming back. I'm just gonna start out. I'm gonna start out hot. I think it's Do you think that first game against Warrior gave you a bit of a warm up where maybe last time the Trev game was the only game that you played yesterday, and then today the first game you played was Warrior. And as we saw at the beginning, it took you a little bit of time to warm up. This time you were just kind of warm from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, getting used to the operator bans, like I said earlier against Warrior, it took some getting used to. But once you get into the flow of things, I don't know. At PSU, you got to be charitable. You give some people some rounds, just to make the game feel good. And if you don't, then, that's all right too. But try to make it even.
So, what was your level of, like, coming into this? Did you think, like, yeah, I'm going to sweep this. This is what it is. Or did you really, like, yeah, like, I've got to be locked. I've got to be ready, this, and that for this. Like, what were your thoughts coming into it when you first started?
Honestly, the only person that I thought would be a challenge was Destroyer, Hal. And I mean, he was PSU's old captain for a while, so I figured I could get some get back for some old grudge that I might have had against him. But he ended up not even making it to the finals, so it's a little disappointing.
Yeah, good old softball game over PSU.
Yeah.
All right, well, last question here. Do you have any plans for your winnings? Obviously, you're winning $150. Do you have any specific plans of what you want to do? Maybe nice dinner or something like that. I know Warrior was really talking about Chipotle, a little bit of extra Chipotle, buddy. You have anything specific in mind?
Not particularly, like Joe. I need protein. That's what I'll be spending that money on. So.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. And yeah, congrats on winning the tournament, and congrats on your $150 prize.
Thank you.
All right, and now let's switch back over to this cam, and that's the end of the 1v1 tournament. Whale Cookie winning it out there in the finals with a pretty substantial 3-0, and like none of the maps were like particularly close, which Whale Cookie just kind of showing his domination here. And I think it's a pretty well-run tournament. Big ups to Kunzi or Nathan, who is the tournament organizer for this. Albin Gupta, I've been helping around with casting. Big ups to Nate, who's been casting pretty much every game with a few exceptions. And the rest of the casters we had Nathan come on cast. We had Paul, who was casting earlier. I think we had
Hayden. Anthony was around for a bit.
Yeah, Anthony was casting for a bit, and at the beach, Hayden, he also casted. So thank you
such
for
a well-rounded cast. It's such an amazing
thank you to everyone who helped out with this. There's been a lot of people that have been helping out with production as well behind the scenes. And that's it for this 1v1 tournament. For anyone that's been in the Twitch chat, because I know a lot of people have been asking about how to get involved with PSU esports, especially if you go to Penn State yourself. Join the PSU Discord. Even if you don't go to Penn State, join the Discord, get the Rainbow Six Siege roll. We do 10-mans, we do community stuff. So make sure to join. We'll do some more community stuff, and you can get involved in that. All right. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll head off stream.